Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the United Independent Compensatory Code System Concept, a compensatory counter-racist code, revised, expanded edition, a textbook workbook for thought, speech, and/or action for victims of racism, white supremacy by Neely Fuller Jr. This is our book study, Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. So, getting started, I watched this recent Vice documentary, and it's on like the Capitol incident, the Capitol riot. I'm gonna call it, and it was a really interesting study because I got to see just so many kinds of white people and just the insanity that white supremacy breeds. And there was even one moment where like the white supremacists, racist suspects, they got all the cops to move, like to leave the Capitol building. So all the race soldiers are leaving the Capitol building defeated, and there's this white woman there like giving all of them hugs, and I was like, what? And it just reminds me on how what something I heard Neely Fuller say is how like the white people, the white man goes in there and destroys and brutalizes people, and then the white female comes in right afterwards and nurses them. I was like, this is what I'm seeing right here. But I mentioned that just to show how effective and dangerous white people are, because I don't know any time in history where a bunch of non-whites have been able to breach the Capitol building. And it reminds me on what I read on page 233, where it states, if you believe that a particular white person is a racist white supremacist, always expect that he or she has the ability to deceive many non-white people and the ability to be deceptive in a manner that is skilled and greatly effective. Expect him or her to pretend to be any kind of person other than a deceiver and other than a racist white supremacist. Expect him or her to pretend that he or she is a so-called conservative, a liberal, a socialist, a Christian, a Hindu, a Jew, a Muslim, a humanist, part Indian, a peacemaker, a communist, a capitalist, a left winger, a lover, a pacifist, a right winger, an atheist, an American, etc. And everything, all those labels I mentioned are in quotations. Expect him or her to say or do anything that will help him or her better practice the science of white supremacy. Study the many ways that he or she uses great skill in getting non-white people to support his or her words or deeds in support of white supremacy. Expect him or her to show great skill in practicing white supremacy under the guise of being helpful to help non-white people. Expect him or her to do this in everything that he or she does and says in every area of activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor law, politics, religion, sex, and war/counter war. Question: what is the correct way to prevent and or stop the conflict and mistreatment between white people and non-white people, including terrorism, riots, murder, rape, etc.? Answer: end white supremacy racism and replace it with justice, balance between people. That simple. We just need to, we want to stop all this chaos, death, and destruction, violence, and mistreatment. We just need a system of justice. The problem arises is that the majority of non-white people, who are also the majority peoples on planet Earth, do not have the awareness, ability, or sometimes will to produce justice. And those with the ability do not have the will. And the only folks currently with the ability are white people. This section always uh, also took me back to my Berkeley days, where I had white supremacist professor, Mr. Powers is what I'll call him, even though that's also his last name. So Mr. Powers, me and him would have like discussions every now and then, and I would go in my attempt to seek constructive information slash constructive help. And for one reason or another, it will always turn into me talking about my life. And one particular incident, he started crying after hearing me talk about my life. And I don't really get upset or sad when I talk about my experiences of my life. I'm just aware that it has happened, and I have no problem sharing it. But him crying during my sharing of my life and not mentioning race, racism, or justice at all ever is a clear example to me how wow these white supremacists are so deceptive and effective and dangerous. And this is coming from a so-called professor. Um, so many labels, so many labels. The one I prefer to use is racist suspect or a white supremacist. Race soldier if they are in law enforcement. Huh. Anyone like to share, comment from what we read?
I'll go. The quotes at the bottom of 231. Uh, it says the slave is never as smart as the slave master. The prisoner is never as smart as the prison master. The first step toward becoming smart is to admit to yourself that you are ignorant. A smart non-white person is a non-white person who is not subject to white supremacy racism. And those quotes, they reminded me back to area two, how non-white people are just not efficient at passing information along and just not wanting to be honest, like that smart people don't get subjugated. And that's what I have to add for right now.
Yeah, that reminded me of when I saw that a smart non-white person is a non-white person who is not subject to white supremacy racism. I was like, well, makes sense. I guess I'll never be smart while I'm a slave. I don't know what a smart slave looks like. Um, so yeah, I really appreciated the quotes for thought because it makes total sense. Um,
Can I speak?
please do.
Yeah, I think I thought that was a really those quotes for thought can be also used as statements of proof or in a discussion, perhaps. Probably with non-white people who are confused. I particularly like the concept of the prison, and so the statement that the prisoner is never as smart as the prison master. I think that's really cool. Um, and the idea that if you were smart, then if you're smart, then you're able to end the system of racism, white supremacy. That word smart, does it exist in the word guide? And I think in general, I think those quotes for thought help to also prove that white people are not ignorant. It's not just that we're not smart, it's that white people who practice racism are smart and they are also therefore not ignorant. But is there a definition for smart in the word guide?
There is smartest people, page 367. It's pretty lengthy. And then there is smartless people on page 368.
Okay, I don't have the word guide, but I would love to see that definition if it's possible in the Discord whenever you
Yeah.
have time, mate. Thank you.
All right.
I'll mute my line.
Yeah, the only I would say the only smart victims are the ones who manage to escape the prison. And since this is a global system, soon to be intergalactic system, if we don't end it before they spread this nonsense to other planet, there will be no smart prisoners, just prisoners who know what to do about the prison but do not have the ability to do what needs to be done. Um,
Um, uh, I wanted to add this particular section, racist suspects, could have very useful, very helpful. Could have been used last week, but nevertheless, something to add to our counter-racist arsenal. Uh, in particular, I wanted to talk on 233 when O5 read. Uh, I highlight the part where it says, expect him or her to show great skill in practicing white supremacy under the guise of being helpful to non-white people. One thing that kind of frustrates me about the code is when you get to call somebody a white supremacist, or when that person officially becomes a white supremacist. I think, for instance, or for example, I think of Joe Biden as a confirmed white supremacist. Um, just because of the things he's done in the past and said. I definitely think he is a white supremacist. And how today, specifically when being helpful, we see him talking about health equality or equity, signing all these executive orders under the guise of being helpful to people. Um, and that kind of just like goes to the refinement. And you brought up the Capitol riots. I think that that's also like a form of refinement under the system. I think it's like one thing I was watching something yesterday, and one thing that like stood out to me was kind of how with kind of all the elections going on, white supremacy is or the Democrats, they are making it seem like the so-called Republicans are the racists, and the Democrats are not the racists. They continue to paint them out as being the only racists. Um, I just think that they practice a more direct form of racism than the Democrats do. So when the Capitol riots happen, they kind of say, "Oh, look at all these Trump supporters. Look at all these guys trying to come here and stop a progression or stop Joe Biden from doing his job, whatever that means." I think that just kind of shows the refinement, and through no fault of their own, the non-white people, I believe, continue to fall for that and continue to be confused about what's going on, thinking that these people are thinking that the Democrats are for them, thinking that the Republicans are against them. I think that they're all against us. That's kind of what I wanted to add. And then when on the top of 233, where it says expect him or her to pretend that he or she is a so-called, and then lists all these words. Well, that was pretty interesting, especially last week when one of our guests started just saying a lot of things and said, "Are you white or not? Yes or no?" Um, I've I definitely see people do this, especially the so-called liberals, kind of do this a lot. Try to act like things like color don't exist, and etc. I found this section to be very informative. That's all I had to say right now for now.
anyone else like to?
So, so if they say that color doesn't exist, do we say, well, if color don't exist, then white supremacy doesn't exist?
I think that's a good follow-up question. But if we've confirmed that white supremacy exists, then obviously things like, I guess, color have to exist, right?
Yeah, it's there's definitely somewhere in the code that mentions that a response to people who say they don't see color. I don't know where it's at, but it goes along the line that like a person should see color because color is on the planet, but a person should not use color as a for a basis to mistreat someone, which is how color is used in regards to skin coloration. White people use color to mistreat. So if you see or if you experience a white person saying I don't see color, that is all the information. That's the only response you need to say that I suspect you to be a racist suspect. Especially if you ask a question that could have been a yes or no question, and you got that kind of response, even more of a reason to believe that that person is practicing racism, white supremacy. Anyone else like to share?
Oh, one other thing I would add is there are several terms with the word color in them in the word guide.
You'd like to share one?
There is color, colorblind, colored blood, colorful language, colorism, and then colorless. And I'll just go with colorism. Avoid using this word when others use it to apply to people in matters of race, racism, and or counterracism. Ask for a detailed explanation that you can easily understand. And that's page 57.
Mm, I think. Thank you, Dan. On page 235, I think this is a great example insight into like what kind of war we were all born into, and just to the extent of the insanity we are dealing with. So on page 235, the code states, question, if, and also this is something we all must know if we are interacting with white people who want to use this angle. I'm pretty sure this is a very popular angle that they like to use when practicing racism. So again, 235, the code states, question, if racism, white supremacy was invented to benefit white people by mistreating non-white people, why do many white people suffer during the existence of white supremacy? Answer, because the system of white supremacy is a form of war making. And like most war-like situations, some of the people who are soldiers of war are themselves killed, maimed, or in other ways seriously harmed during their war to establish, maintain, expand, and or refine the system of white supremacy. Many white people who believe in and practice white supremacy, racism, sometimes make mistakes in what they say or do. These mistakes result in harm to themselves or to other white people, causing them to serve as white sacrifices. Sometimes many white people who believe in practicing white supremacy also fight and kill each other when they disagree about the best ways to practice white supremacy. They regard such activity as the occasional losses associated with profits produced by the greatest business, the business of white supremacy. So, very, very telling. Um, a lot of people will be confused or will like to use the fact that there are a ton of so-called homeless white people. Um, these homeless white people could be homeless by choice or by white sacrifice, by white sacrifices. A lot of people may point to opioid epidemic as reason being why the system white supremacy does not exist. But those victims of the opioid crisis who may be white, also white sacrifices. Best believe that people being destroyed by drugs or by not being housed is always going to be non-white people, despite how white people, the so-called media, may portray it. So I think it's really important to understand that the greatest business, the business of white supremacy, is insanely, just insidiously like smart. This is really effective and dangerous. Sabrina Johnson, effective and dangerous. It just throughout this section that we read, I just kept coming throughout my mind. Um, I think I met some white sacrifices before, so-called the white people who actually no, they weren't white sacrifices because they were practicing white supremacy against me by introducing me to things children should not be introduced to. So never mind. I recant that statement. Any comments?
I also
Mhm.
I also had that part highlighted. One of the things I get asked a lot, and I'm sure many of you do as well, is, well, there's white people, as you mentioned, for example, are homeless or who don't have power and all of these things, but it's just like the idea of like the whole white sacrifice just almost puts everything in perspective. Because even if you have, let's say, um, like I don't know how many of you were in classes where maybe you're like the only Black person to be affected, but a trick would be like they can't just affect you. Most of the time they would, but they'll just like sacrifice a few other people. But there's a class of 30 white people, so it's okay to sacrifice those two. So it's just very interesting to like think about those instances. Or even if you are in a society where it's predominantly non-white, and there happens to be obviously like a few white people who live in that certain neighborhood as well, but it's just like, so if I can attack the whole neighborhood, am I going to keep in mind those two white people that happen to live there too? Like, I don't think that's something that's considered. It's almost like, let's just wipe out the whole neighborhood and sacrifice those two white people who also live in those neighborhoods. But I think like always having those conversations, I always get the response, well, there's white people being affected too. There is white people being affected, and I think the response is just like, there's also a thing called white sacrifice. I had a conversation the other day that we're talking about we happened to talk about juvenile centers, and a person responded with, there's a lot of white people in these juvenile centers, because I said something about, oh yeah, the Oregon white people are there, or something like that. Not there, but like in the who you're servicing or whatever. We're in this whole discussion about it. And this person responded, actually, there's a whole bunch of white people there. And I was just looking at her like, you're just so far gone that you're not even seeing the point. And I couldn't even say white sacrifice because I didn't have that in my vocabulary at the time. But I wish I did, because I just immediately was just like, why do you think that is? And just started asking questions. But yeah, I have a new thing in my vocabulary, which I enjoy.
Yeah.
I wanted to add, because I was at that conversation, it's about going into communities and mentoring kids on like medical education, something along those lines. And she's talking about going to help, kids in need. And then, which basically means, non-white kids, right? But they said, oh no, I want to help whoever I want to help all kids. And then someone made the comment of, oh yeah, there's white kids at because she works in a juvenile center. There's a lot of white kids there too. I think that's important too, because under even this goes back into like the expansion of white supremacy, being there's a lot more white people on the planet than there ever was. So when you're in a population where it's 60% white people, of course you're going to have white people in juvenile centers. You're going to have a number of white people in juvenile centers. But it's all about what percentage of that population, out of that 60%, what percentage of that population is in the juvenile centers compared to non-whites. I think that kind of for me highlights the white sacrifice. Like, you know, when you have these high numbers of white people, there's always going to be a certain number of them that are going to get caught up in it, right? And all that also shows me that that is a necessary thing to do in order to keep the whole entire system going, the whole system of white supremacy going. That these white sacrifices are going to be necessary. That's what I want to add.
Very necessary. It's one of the in the beginning of the book, it's mentioned as one of the 6 strategies racist men and racist women use to confuse non-white people and to also maintain and refine the system. Very important to understand that whites can be mistreated under the system, but they cannot be victims of racism and white supremacy. They can only be mistreated by other white people, non-white people. It does not make them a victim of the system at all. So I guarantee it's much easier for a white child to get out of so-called juvenile centers than it is a non-white child.
I just had one other example. I happened to run into a YouTube video where the title was I think it was like, I'm Black and I adopted 2 white children or something like that. And I was just like, okay, what is going on here? Like, why is this even a video? Of course I clicked on it and I'm watching this Black lady explain to like her audience why she has adopted 2 white children and why she feels so pressed to make a video because she has been getting backlash from those who believe that this lady should have adopted 2 Black children instead. And it was interesting, her reasoning for adopting 2 white children instead of 2 Black children. I just found it almost interesting that I read this part into the chapter or the section that we've read, and it mentions like, oh, white sacrifice, because she kept saying, well, there's white people in need too. And then I also made the comment to Kwaku where I was like, it's okay. It's almost like, obviously there's white people in need, but it's harder for Black people to be adopted. And then when she went on with her story, she mentioned that all the supervisors, every person who signed her papers, everyone she spoke to were whites. And I was like, well, no, duh, you know? So I just wanted to mention that. And just another way to just like, everyone will almost work as in, if there is someone in need, they all have each other's back. So they will be pressing you to adopt these white children before they will a Black child. Very interesting.
Wow. Very, very expected. Can't even get a Black child without having to entertain the idea of adopting a white child first. That is ridiculous. And suspect that Black female who adopted those white children to be very confused about racism, what it is and how it works. Mr. Silent Warrior.
I have a question. Sandra, can you share the link to that video in the chat? And was this Black woman saying that she was pressed, that she was pushed to adopt a white child by any of these white people? If you recall.
No. Yeah, so she actually said that this is her story. She had some adopted Black children she fostered Black children prior, but since these Black children weren't in her quote unquote district, she wasn't able to adopt them. But since these white children were in her district, she was able to adopt the white children. And she also mentioned that she lives in, where does she live? Connecticut, thank you. Connecticut, where it's predominantly white, therefore she only, I guess, supposedly had pics of white children. But I'm not sure she even went in to check if there were any other children to adopt, but they called her and said, hey, we have this white child and we would love for you to adopt this white child. And she just said, she screamed and said, yes, over the phone. And then that was it. But I will share the link to the video. Let me pull it up right now.
Thank you, and please do.
Sounds like she's a victim of racism.
Yeah, most definitely a victim. So this portion was like an indication to me, a great indication that like this the code book and the ISIS papers really understand what they're talking about, and just I really appreciated how this reminded me of the ISIS papers and how allowing us to understand like the white psyche and why this system is in place. So the first bit I'm going to read is from the 237. It states, question, what is the greatest fear that most white people have in regards to their interactions with non-white people? Answer, their greatest fear is that a great number of white females will produce great numbers of non-white people, of non-white babies by non-white males, and do so in uncontrollable numbers. This could be the fear that produced the system of white supremacist racism. It's literally the same reasoning behind the ISIS papers and her theories as to why this system is in place. They don't want white women contributing to their problem, and their problem seems to be just people with color in general. Um, and I wanted to also comment on the part right after because I think it makes a lot of sense. So on the same page, it says, let me see. A question. Generally, what should you say it is about non-white people that attracts and repels white people, but at the same time causes racist white people to dislike non-white people? Answer. Racist white people, generally speaking, are attracted to non-white people, but they viciously dislike what they are attracted to because it makes them dislike themselves. White people know that white people do not look like non-white people, and non-white people do not look like white people. Racist white people are attracted to non-white people on the basis of fascination, domination, and lust, but they do not like them. As long as white supremacy racism exists, it is extremely difficult for any person to truly like any non-white person. The system of white supremacy demands this. This is true even when it appears not to be true. So, what I think this explains, well, it doesn't explain, but I take from this that they despise non-white people because we have color and they don't have color. And very similar to the color confrontation theory. And they're attracted to melanin or color, whatever you want to call it, probably because they don't have it, probably because they know something about melanin or color that we do not. But nonetheless, this melanin that produces our skin coloration is something that has put us in this bind of racism and white supremacy. And it is so tragic that an entire global system of mistreatment has been employed just because we have color in our skin, and they have created so many rituals and ideologies surrounding color that we have to deal with this nonsense. And it could be much deeper than I'm getting at, perhaps, but I think it's a really silly reason to have a system like this. But the color confrontation theory suggests that if someone possesses something that you can never have, maybe you will create a way to despise what you can't have instead of being envious of not having what you want, which is in this case, white people want color in their skin or they want melanin, or perhaps they lost their melanin at some point in time and they resent that fact. So they go on mistreating us because it gives them the power and control that they also want and need. So that's really tragic, and I'll leave it there to see if anyone has any comments from other portions of the book or.
Yeah, comment on that.
Mhm.
My understanding, I think it is Fuller's Fuller's working into of the Dr. Wilson's theory into the code book. And I don't know if it was in the first, in the 1984 version, but I'm glad that it is in this one. And my understanding of the crest theory is that it's not just that white people perceive that they don't have color and that we do. It's that they are a minority on the planet, we're a majority. We have color, they don't. They desire to have color, but at the same time, they know that if you create offspring between white and non-white, then white disappears. And I maintain that it is impossible for non-white people to really understand what that feels like. It's not that there's something out there that you want. It's that if you get what you want, you will disappear. Your children won't be like you. So, yeah. I think this is like, this point here is the reason why I was listening to Dr. Wilson. I posted something in the Facebook group where she was describing the symbolism of the gun and how the gun is basically a symbolic representation of what they call the great equalizer, because it was created in response to the genitals of non-white men. So it has the same symbolic representation. But what was it that she was saying that, that we don't say again, Jamal?
Even how it was held.
Yeah, even how the gun is held, where it's positioned on the body. This is my weapon, this is my gun. That line from the movie, this is for killing and this is for fun. The symbolism that this concept of having something that non-white people have, something that we don't have, and it can destroy us. The symbolism that is produced from that, the fear that is coming from that, is a reason why we're in the Zoom call, trying to compensate for the situation that we find ourselves in. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Doctor, that Mr. Fuller has it in the core book, and I appreciate his the way he puts the words. He makes it very much more simpler. It fits with the rest of the code book. Yeah, I can't remember what was the thing that I wanted to say, but I'll let it go for now and probably come back later. Thank you.
May I be heard?
Listening. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jamal.
Sorry about that. Well, just wanted to point out after you had read that portion on page 238, I really appreciated. I'm not sure how it fit in with the answer that he provided to the question, but I thought it was really cool where he described practice being honest about everything by first being honest and truthful with yourself and with others about everything that you think, say, and do in regards to the racism and counter racism. If you, for any reason, are excited, thrilled, fascinated, and or greatly attracted to a white person, be willing to say that you are. Do not, under any circumstances, lie to yourself or others about whatever it is that you think and or experience in regards to white people. In reading it, I kind of understood again why he threw it as a part of the answer because I think Welsing as a psychoanalyst or psychotherapist, her whole training is the reasons behind why white folk do what they do, towards non-white folk, and this is a caution to guard against what they have come up with. Like you're bringing up the gun, we know that the different games that we brought that have come up, and I've looked up like the origins of chess, the origins of playing pool and football, baseball. All of these, just like she described, have that unconscious um, despising of whiteness. It's fascinating stuff. So the way that you not become a white supremacist, uh, that's in quotations, not to be like someone that has the power, because of course you can't. But the idea that you would be subjected to the silly mind games that they play with themselves unconsciously or consciously is this: being honest, recognizing whether you like someone or not honestly, and I really appreciated that about this section. And
Thank you, Mr. Jamal. Mr. Kwaku, would you like to?
Yeah, that just reminds me of practicing deep self-respect and the definition of respect, never lying to yourself. When Silent Warrior was speaking earlier about the system and about the racist white people being attracted to non-white people, but being viciously disliking them and for their melanin. On page 234, where he talks about some remarks about racism and hate, and that says question, what has been the major result of the racist produced hate among the people of the known universe? And he has about 5 bullet points. I highlighted the 4th one, which says non-white people telling lies to themselves by pretending that they do not hate themselves or have contempt for themselves and each other as a result of the hate expressed against them by the white people who participate in the system of white supremacy. It got me thinking. It's kind of confusing, but we have white people who are attracted to. Well, I guess we're in theory, white people are attracted to non-white people because of their melanin, but because of racism, white supremacy, now we have non-white people that hate their melanin and don't in some cases don't want to reproduce it. So it's almost as if because of the hate that the racists have produced, they are going to eliminate the very thing that they are attracted to.
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick. Wilson says it's like a secondary hate that we have. So we're not running the system. They're running the system, and they produce these symbols and these words. This white Jesus, angel is white, God is white, black devil kids, black male. That is what is being fed to us. You don't know your history. So the hate that we feel to ourselves is part of being victims and part of being the system. And that's forced onto us. the hate that they feel is something that they're repressing and comes out anyway in their system.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, I particularly highlight this part because I kind of see this very often where non-white people, Black people especially, do not realize that a lot of things in the practice that they engage in are kind of self-hate. I mean, kind of like in the ISIS papers when she talks about us like practicing self-respect and kind of how and interacting with each other. You know, she has things like stop name calling, stop doing various things. I just see how non-white people really do not how a lot of our practices we do not like ourselves. Um, I also saw the last one where it says both non-white people and white people being artificially comfortable in a world in which hate, contempt, malice, and conflict among people is made to be of greater value than affection, caring, balance, harmony, justice, correctness, and peace. Uh, I mean, that one is so very obvious because it's almost normal to see death, to see hate, contempt, to see all these things, to see the world in conflict. I mean, if you Google some of the things that happened in the world during a specific time, like just major events, I Googled it once, and about 98, 99% of everything I saw revolved around death. And just to think that the greatest value that happened during those times or during those years were mass killings, mass shootings, people being kidnapped, uh, uh, planes crashing, etc. And I just couldn't think. I just sat there and thought, wow, like not one thing can not like not one thing was done that was actually somewhat positive that revolved around affection, caring, or balance. So I clearly see the value being placed in conflict, etc.
Huh. Reminds me of the like how is this attraction and self-hate bred and programmed into us. And I look at, of course, media, television, music, movies. Like for example, there's a show called Dragon Ball Z, and it's a show about really powerful white men who use their power to dominate less powerful beings, whether they're purple, green, or whatever. And in the process of them dominating and using their power, they also destroy like huge portions of the planet. And I'm like, this show is made by people who are non-white. So we just have been really conditioned to worship white people. And I'm reminded again also of Naomi Campbell. 'Cause I remember seeing her years ago where she was like dark skinned. And recently I saw her on Twitter recently, and she now looks way lighter than she used to be. So either it was makeup or skin bleaching, as Clarice mentioned in the chat. And it's just like, wow, we really mutilate ourselves. And that goes to show no matter how much money a victim has, if they don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, you cannot escape that self-hate. You cannot escape that wanting to be what you're not. Michael Jackson, I once believed he actually did have reverse vitiligo, but I don't know if that's a thing. You know, when I was more confused. Lil Kim also looks like the female version of Michael Jackson. And they're all victims of white supremacy, but their behavior perhaps could have been more constructive if they understood racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it worked. Um,
Sorry to cut you off. I had a little story. Because what I didn't know that, as a child, I wouldn't imagine that, I actually hate myself. But I think it was second grade. I convinced my mom to, I guess, perm my hair so it was kind of spiky. I watched a lot of Power Rangers. I have a terrible, terrible photo somewhere, and I'm not afraid to share it because I will, just to show how I like to review and see what a long way I've come. But very spiky hair, and used to refer to myself as Dustin. Very white name. And every time I think about that, I cringe. But it's not. It's the system. Participating in activities like that, you wouldn't really think that you hate yourself, but I've come to realize that as a child, I definitely did not like being Black. Uh, so I wanted to share that.
there's $1 billion industries totally dedicated to non-white people augmenting themselves, whether it's their hair, skin, eyes, nose, whatever it is. So the self-hate is really ingrained in us, and one way to counter it is by doing what Francis Cress Welsing mentions, which is practicing deep Black self-respect, and also practicing code as well. I believe these would be great counters to the self-hate. As for white people, the first thing I would say suggest that they do is stop living in deceit, stop living in a system where you're forced to lie to yourself and to other people constantly. Perhaps things could get a lot better if these things were done.
May I suggest one thing that was suggested at the Wilson Institute, which was to do mirror work. Stand in front of a mirror first thing in the morning and say, I love and respect myself. You look at yourself in the mirror, I love and respect myself. I love and respect my skin color. And just to reiterate some of what what's said by Dr. Wilson in the ISIS papers, this is to be expected in the system. You cannot have 90% of the world's population loving and respecting themselves and their skin color if you're genetic recessive and you know you can be wiped out. If you get, white people know that Black people, that their victims want to be white. That's common knowledge to them. And it helps them to feel less, it might be helping them to feel less inadequate. So that's the reason why we've been programmed to behave in this way, to help so that they would feel less inadequate. But unfortunately, whether it still doesn't prevent them from practicing racism, white supremacy. So we might as well just let that go and practice some deep self-respect. And I think I salute you for sharing what you did about how you have felt about yourself in the past. And I can say, yes, I have felt the same way too. But the deeper my self-respect is, the less I feel that way. Yeah, where I would put, where I'd feel that way about white people as I've been programmed to. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Quaker, your story might brought back a really interesting memory I have of from second grade. I remember always being mistreated by my for my hairstyle or for the way I spoke because I used to have a speech impediment, which I had to do speech therapy for. But I remember being in class and just being mistreated, and I started crying. And then I said, "Everyone hates me." And little did I know at the time that I was in a system designed literally for everyone to hate me. So my brain computer, even in second grade, was picking up that mistreatment is incorrect, and I am in some sort of system that has been designed to make everyone hate me solely because I am non-white, particularly black. So
You're non-white, black, in a system of racism, white supremacy.
yes, sir.
That's the reason.
Yes, sir. Nothing of my own doing. I just happened to be born on the black side of the chessboard.
And I
When
think
I
that's how
hear,
we pick on each other, because I know when I used to get mad at you and your brother, I will always relay loads to your speech, because that's the only thing that I could pick on you for because of being bullied. So I feel like non-white victims are always antagonizing each other for the self-hate we reflect.
and
And
then just to add on that to that, one of the when we're having this conversation, I'm thinking of all the other non-white groups other than Black who really just have a hard time with this. Like I have been ones, I don't, not so many men, but women who just soon as the sun comes out, they have an umbrella up. That's extreme, but some people do have umbrellas. But it's just like the whole idea of like, oh, I don't want to be dark. Oh, I don't want to be Black. Oh, this, oh, that. Even this past weekend, I went somewhere and it's just like, oh, the women are just like talking about their skin. And all I'm thinking about is I'm the darkest one here, you know? Like, what are you guys really saying right now? And I just really was just sitting there quiet thinking about this conversation that we were having. And I didn't really want to say much because all I can feel is just like some boiling inside of me where I was just like, this is why I stay at home, you know? But it's very present in a lot of the other non-white groups, such as like maybe Asians or Hispanics. Um, those groups, especially Hispanics who are so like lighter skin, I guess, they are the ones who are protecting their skin the most and who do not want to get tan and who just almost have like a flip out experience. Or if they do get tan, they like it, they just talk about how tan they are all day long. And it's very interesting how so much like emphasis is on the skin color, especially around someone who has darker skin than them, where it's almost like, well, at least I'm not your skin color, you know, but it's also the idea of darker skin and what that means in America. So I think that is like their fear of like, oh, if I'm dark, then I'll be treated like them.
So is
Um,
the sunscreen theory, is that like part of it? Because now they're recommending Black people to wear sunscreen, et cetera, et cetera.
yes. I remember someone even told me to
And
wear
I was like, I
sunglasses.
never heard that, or I never, like, why?
I've never worn sunscreen in my life. And I just remember, and the reason being though, not because I have anything against sunscreen, it's just the whole, like my whole perspective on sunscreen and what I have been around when people are like lathering up because they don't want to get dark. I'm just like, I want to get dark. Give me the sun. I don't want this. I want the sun, you know? So it's just very interesting. The whole idea of like sunscreen and being afraid of the sun, and even just thinking about Asian groups where they have, some people say they have sensitive skin to the sun, but my theory, I understand from where they're coming from, but it's just, oh, you know, very interesting.
Some of them definitely are very sensitive. Um, there's a book called by this guy Bradley called The Iceman Inheritance, where he talks about consider. I mean, just think about this concept of you coming out into the world from a cave, and the only way you can eat is you've got to dig through ice or you've got to kill something. Versus, Africans came or wherever we were throughout the planet, even here in the Americas, South America, Australia, it was warm, plush. You got berries. If you killed animals, you were living in concert with them, and you only killed to eat a lot of times. These folks had to survive. So there's a hatred even of sun because it will literally burn them. Like that, how can you even really appreciate being in that situation? The thing that made me, well, getting back to the book, that was really cool too, how Neely describes the only thing that can solve this is the creator, which was great. But imagine the thing that created me placed me in a position where I'm subject to die by enjoying other creations, not like poisons. I mean, just going out in the sun, you can't get away from the sun, but it can kill people, you know, folks that have this melanin deficiency. Amazing.
And then part of me also thinks too is like even thinking about the cosmetic industry and where is the most like thing in like the most area where they talk about lightening cream as well. So I have to like almost like, yes, that too, but I also have I have to find it, but there's some form in there, some like articles that have to say that they're afraid of the sun. Only because I do see like Asians and in the sun, they're fine, you know. But I do, you know, deficiency of melanin also. And then also seeing even just like white individuals who don't have melanin and how their skin reacts to the sun. Some tend to burn and they literally peel off layers of their skin.
Yeah.
And then some are fine. So it's just very interesting. Like I really want to know like almost like why it is, but under a system of racism and white supremacy, I don't really care. I just know that they're trying to tell people to be white, and that's all I'm really concerned about at this moment.
Yeah, Ray's right. Cause I think that's part of why a lot of Black people lack vitamin D.
Yeah, it reminds me of the global system. Globally, everyone is trained to hate that dark skin, or even the idea of their skin getting slightly darker. When I was more confused, I was at a beach in Hong Kong, and I was wondering, why are people out here at the beach wearing these weird masks and having on all these umbrellas while they're in the water with umbrellas protecting them from the sun? And I realized, oh, they don't want to get darker. Because even in Hong Kong, the darker you are, the more likely you are to be living worse off, more likely to be working the hard labor jobs versus to be working in a tech job or in just a better job in general. So the system of race and white supremacy is definitely global, and globally, everyone is taught to hate, despise, belittle Black. Very, very tragic. Any more comments?
Okay. I saw Dan come off mute. You can go ahead, Dan.
Okay, I was going to add in regards to what everyone was talking about on page 239. The question is at the bottom of the page. The question was, if you were to list the major accomplishments of racist men and racist women, what would they be? And based off of what everyone was just talking about, I would go with number 3, cause and or promoted self-hate among the non-white people of the known universe.
Thank you, Dan.
Indeed, blame the usual suspects.
Exactly. Anyone?
I had one thing I wanted to read off from the section. It's on page 236 where it talks about it says, do not be confused by the fact that some white supremacists, racist men and racist women collectively are smarter and stronger than other white supremacists, and that they sometimes mistreat each other. It's a long explanation, but from the one part that I took from it was towards in the second paragraph towards the bottom, where it says, in fact, sometimes many white supremacists are in competition with each other over the best style of using and abusing non-white people for the benefit of white supremacy. In doing so, they sometimes fight and kill each other. And I highlighted, the only difference between one white supremacist and another is style. they all believe in white supremacy racism. They're all members of the same race, the same army, race army. They're all members of the same race nation. And I thought this was great vocabulary, very well said. Because I've always had a hard time, kind of putting that into words, like that. Whether using the liberal and conservatives as an example, like they're all the same. Nobody's really out. Nobody is ever looking out for black people, non-white people. So the fact that the only difference that Neely Fuller said that the only difference between them was their style and the way that I guess the way that they want to carry out their white supremacy racism. I thought that I really appreciated that.
I really like the use of that word. It sounds like Fuller talks about The Godfather being a really good movie to describe how white supremacy works, and the different families in the mafia in The Godfather, they act differently, they work differently. They're all about this thing of ours. It's they say. So I think style is a really good word. Can I'd like to talk about 240. During the refinement stage of white supremacy, what is the most difficult thing for great numbers of white people to do? Answer. During the refinement stage of white supremacy, which is the stage in which deception is practiced, in which the most deception is practiced, the most difficult thing for great numbers of white people to do is to say exactly what they think about non-white people, directly to non-white people in regards to every area of activity. And I think right now we are in a refinement stage. I think that kind of seems to be part of the purpose of Trump. It is, Trump seemed to be like a reestablishment of white supremacy, and then we skipped all the way up into refinement. White people are punishing other white people for saying or doing things that are obviously racist. So that's not allowed. For the most part, and they punish these other white people, and then it will confuse non-white people who look at it and think that that is an indicator of progress. And if you're confused, you won't realize that that does not mean that the system of racism has been replaced with justice. But I've in some of these, I've been in a Facebook group with white people who say that they are studying whiteness and are learning to be anti-racist. And the refinement is there's a lot of refinement in that group. One of the tactics I noticed, I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Have you noticed where white people who are saying that they say that they want to learn about their whiteness, that they have white fragility, they want to learn about their white privilege, and they seem to be putting non-white people in a position and asking them to teach them about racism. This is not different from MLK. So this is an updated version of the refinement that happened in the 60s, where they say, teach us. And they have a new term this cycle, white fragility, white privilege, but it seems to be the same mechanism. White people asking non-white people to teach them. So the non-white people feel like they get to release and, assume a so-called position of authority in regards to white people, where they're going to tell them to shut up and listen to Black women, shut up and listen to Black people. We're going to tell you what happened. What I suspect is happening is that white people have decided this is what's going to happen. White people practicing racism has decided this is what's going to happen now. We need to upgrade the software and we're upgrading the practice of racism. And we're creating a situation where white people get in trouble if they don't act more refined. And will create some confusion with non-white people at the same time, where they think that they are more empowered. They're taking charge and ending racism. Yeah, but I feel fascinated about this stage of white supremacy refinement because it uses so much deception, and it is such a hallmark of our situation that we're confused and that there's so much deception. And I noticed it in the call with Gus and this author about stolen organs last night, where the author very quickly was saying, Gus was asking, is there anything you want to tell about yourself and so on? And the author was saying things like, well, I tried my best as much as I know how to tell the story. So he's already saying like, I am ignorant. I can be ignorant, refinement. Gus pulled it out of him though and exposed him that he's not that ignorant. All right, but that's all for me. Thank you.
I wanted to add that this refinement stage, where it's most difficult for them to say exactly what they think about non-white people. It reminds me of a couple months ago when that country singer got in trouble for, I think he said the N-word or something like that, and got caught on like somebody's ring. And that's an example of a white person saying exactly what he thinks about Black people. And since we're going through the stage of refinement, he immediately was taken down. He lost all kinds of sponsorship deals. And then now we have Black people coming and saying, "Oh, look at how the system's working for us. Look at how things are changing." I didn't know about that story, but it was Black people, like my Black coworkers, that came and told me about that.
Yeah, and also that country singer sales went up after that incident. So another indication of what the minority people thinks of non-white people.
No doubt in my mind. I always knew that is what the result was going to be. He was just going to become more famous.
Yeah, I really like this portion on 238. Um, the code states, when there is reason to believe that some of the same white supremacist, racist men and racist women collectively who offered to help non-white people were also involved in doing harm to them, say the following. There is reason to believe that some of the people who were said to offer help to the victims, non-white people of this tragedy, were white supremacist racists who caused the tragedy. Notes, racist men and racist women are the masters of deceit. They collectively are very skilled in doing great harm to non-white people, killing, maiming, robbing, raping, spreading disease and poisons, etc., while sometimes being among the first to offer sympathy, sorrow, and or repairs. They also sometimes are among the first to offer so-called help in finding who is and who is not guilty. And guilty is in quotations. Um, think 9/11, that whole incident, really, really suspicious. But white people came, saved the day. At the same time, I'm in middle school, and that gave the white students and myself an excuse to watch a ton of racist propaganda in the form of cartoons. Like there's a bunch of racist cartoons about the Taliban, which is basically just brown people getting killed by white people and cartoons. And I'm like, wow, this is like should this be I would be watching and white kids watch it. And some of it was funny, but most of it was like I knew to be incorrect. And it was my first time being introduced to racism in that fashion. But the whole 9/11 thing is a great example of this um, disaster, this so-called terrorist attack, which I suspect would never have happened if we lived in a system of justice. Also reminds me that the only natural disaster is whatever has allowed white people to practice white supremacy. I believe the majority of other things are directly or indirectly caused by white supremacy, whether it's a flood, whether it's a tornado somewhere destroying homes, or whether it's a earthquake sinking Haiti. Um, I think it's all has something to do with racist man and racist woman, but they somehow always manage to be the heroes, the saviors, but they don't manage. It's because the way the system is set up, they are actually the only ones who can help in those sort of crises. So, really incorrect system we're living in. Um,
This this reminds me of Inyurugu when she talks about the philanthropists and philanthropy. How I can't remember exactly what she said, but had a lot to do with paternalism. But how these people go out and are the exact cause for why these people need whatever resources, and they come back, donate this money, and then they're seen as heroes. Um, but in all actuality, they were at the root of the cause. So when reading this, I thought of like the Clintons, like the Clinton Foundation, um, all kinds of things going on there. Uh, but and J.D. Rockefeller, etc. Just how those people are really the reason a lot of these issues are happening to non-white people, and then they come back with their money, donate it, and then they're painted as heroes.
yep, it's part of the God complex. They don't want to have a reputation of being master deceivers and master brutalizers of the planet. They must see themselves as people who are actually doing good, people who are actually helping people. But that's just is not true, and that is a part of the insanity that the system breeds. I'm looking.
Yeah,
Mhm.
just like Bill Gates, you know, spreading AIDS throughout the continent, and then being the first to offer some kind of vaccination for it, some kind of medicine, sympathy and sorrow, and or repairs. And then once he does that, painted out to be this great hero. It's quite sickening. Um, I did, this one was really good. The Refined Races. That was really
I wanted to read from this list. I think this part is really interesting to say the least. So 240 the code states question: what are some of the best ways to keep learning how to counteract the refined white supremacist racist practices as they use newer, more confusing, and more seductive methods of mistreating non-white people through pleasant or less painful deception? Answer: make a list of what the racist white supremacists do when they appear to be improving, refining the practice of racist white supremacy, often under the guise of trying to end it. Make lists similar to the following example: refined white supremacists, deceitful racists sometimes do the following. And I'm going to read this bullet point, which is on 242. It states guide the sexual activities and or so-called homosexual, anti-sexual activities among non-white people in a manner that produces a destructive result. They do this by many methods, sometimes including the so-called adoption of very young and unsuspecting non-white children. So this book was began. I believe he began writing this book in the 1950s. It was eventually published in 1984. I don't know if this portion is in the 1984 edition, but wow, do we not see Charlize Theron participating in this sort of behavior with her non-white children?
Sure do.
And it's just really like interesting how all all of these bullet points are on the money, but this one in particular, like I didn't know how much of a strategy this was until beginning to pay attention to what these celebrities are doing and with their adopted children and tying that into the code book. Really tragic, and also they're also training us victims to do the same thing. And I think of Gabrielle Union and her victim mate, and how they have allowed or perhaps encouraged their non-white male black offspring to participate in what seems to be countersexual activities. Is really tragic. Really, really tragic to say the least.
I found out that I found Mr. Fuller to be actually very on point when it comes to the area of sex. Um, Watching a lot of this stuff, especially from a couple years ago, he mentioned, talking about the different kind of sexes or genders, how they have four, being lesbian, gay, bisexual, and pretty soon they're gonna have many more, like 12. And hold and behold, there's so many letters now, I don't even know it. A lot of them.
Yep. That's where it's going. I am certain of it. And after and then eventually they're gonna create a whole nother aspect of one's identity, and then start pushing that. Uh, if you, it's I have an understanding that there's white, non-white, and white supremacists. There's three classifications. All we need to use. We don't need to use anything else. A homosexual is not a kind of person, it's a kind of behavior. So really important to understand how they use words, and they just use how this entire system is a system of deceit, mostly maintained by words. This other bullet
Yeah.
point. Oh, this other bullet point, really important. Reminds me of 2021. Reminds me of every year that the system has been in place, but it also reminds me of a childhood associate who has went into the military and has killed non-white people for the so-called military, so-called country. And it's also one of their strategies. And the code says 242: lead their victims into believing that they are non-white people. Well, my bad. Lead their victims into believing that they, non-white people, are being patriotic when they fight, maim, kill, and or die in an effort to produce justice. In truth, the fighting, maiming, killing, and dying is for the purpose of supporting the system of white supremacy. They got individuals, in the so-called military. There's nothing patriotic about that, and we have our own codified definition for patriot. It's in the word guide. Um, Definitely read it either last meeting or the meeting before, but we have our definition for patriot, and this does not involve killing non-white people for the system of white supremacy at all. Um,
I this part in particular, being patriotic, this one is very somewhat difficult. When I'm speaking with other people, they just don't, because right, we all understand, we've been deceived into understanding that by going into these other countries and killing other non-white people, we're protecting our so-called freedoms. So it's very difficult, I found, to, when speaking to non-white people who are in the army or serve in these white supremacist institutions, that they just are unable to make the connect. I've reading this, I recently started to think like, what does that non-white person going to be able to do to America, right? The institution, the power of America. What is that non-white person that can't even afford, that is living in poverty, living $1 a day? What are they going to be able to do to that, to the system? You know, and oftentimes speaking to non-white people, they get very emotional too when speaking about it, like so upset that you would even question that, you know. Um, that's just something that I found. I also highlighted a bullet point. I cut you off of 5 by accident, so I just wanted to read my bullet point. That's okay.
Please do.
So I highlighted the one, I guess, in the middle of those, where it says play games with so-called voting systems and do so in ways that cause their victims to think that the non-white people have constructive power that they do not have. These so-called voting systems are designed to deceptively allow non-white people to choose between 2 or more forms of mistreatment. A lot of times I've heard this be rephrased as picking the lesser of 2 evils. I absolutely loathe that statement. I don't imagine, you know, why don't people understand that, you know, whether you're whichever form of mistreatment you're picking, you're going to be mistreated. So why, you know, participate? Um, I just had something, can't remember.
I suspect the white supremacists are doing the picking of who wins elections. If they're selecting the candidates that are the final ones to be chosen from, they've decided they have 2 candidates and they could go with either one.
I remembered what I was going to say. A couple of weeks ago, I don't know if you guys saw, that guy Roland Martin had that young black male on his show, and he was, you know, attacking him because he didn't bring up voting as a priority. The guy was creating a school, trying to get kids to participate in some, what I would deem some pretty constructive activities. But Roland Martin was attacking this guy because he wouldn't talk about voting, or he said voting isn't something that's gonna help Black people. I don't know if anybody saw that, but seeing how other non-white people really put a lot of power, or give a lot of power to these voting systems, shows that Black people still don't get it.
Exactly. I had a tragic person from high school who said they couldn't join the book club because they were trying to get Black people to vote during the whole Biden thing. I was like, okay, good luck with that. But yeah, the confusion that us victims experience, especially with voting. Like voting, you can't vote yourself out of white supremacy. You can't vote yourself out of being mistreated by white people. If you could, it wouldn't be an option. You wouldn't be able to vote. But it's just really tragic how like really we just have been so brain trash, so mental-sided to think that the options that white people give us can be options to save us from white supremacy, which is totally incorrect and insane thinking we've been programmed to have. Miss B, would you?
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So I'm gonna be sarcastic right now, but I mean, if white people, denied us from voting and they pulled all these tricks and passed laws and um, sick dogs on us and everything like that, and practically, named and killed us for voting. So for trying to vote, obviously, there must be something to it. I'm being sarcastic.
Perhaps I've yet to
That's
see.
a good question.
Perhaps I've yet to see it though. Mr. Carter.
I was saying that was a good question. Uh, I've heard Mr. Fuller say, uh, it's like if one you in a slave, you're in a prison, and you have one warden saying, "I'm gonna give you a cot if you vote for me. We got this voter system thing, whatever." And it's like a lottery. He says, "I'm gonna give you a cot, some extra bread." While this other person, you vote for him, he ain't giving you nothing. Matter of fact, he taking some stuff from you. Um, I've heard him say, go for the lesser evil. If the one gonna give you an extra cot or some extra biscuits, go for the extra biscuits. So that's what I heard him say about voting. But it is a lottery, and it's still, either way, you still in the prison. You still going to be mistreated. So, but if you're going to get more from going for the lesser evil, then take the more. So yeah.
I agree.
Mm.
But the point of my comment is to say that they're still in the prison, and I would imagine to say that I would expect the white supremacists to increase their ability to do deception when it comes to voting, and probably, yeah. So that's what I would say. Over time, I would expect them to increase their ability to do deception with voting.
I think it could be constructive if the non-whites, instead of voting, say we're not gonna participate in any voting until there's gonna be a system of justice. I think we have more. We would be able to present more, exhibit more so-called power if we refrain from voting under a system. Because so far, 2021, Mr. Biden has I don't know if he's given non-whites, particularly Black people, anything of constructive value. Could be very much wrong, but I definitely understand what has been said.
I'm not sure if voting or not voting is the solution either way. I think this solution would be working in all areas of people activity with the intention, with the goal of replacing white supremacy with justice. And then once that's your goal, everything else is just tactics and strategy.
Well said.
So who knows? Probably voting might work today, and then tomorrow voting is not going to work. But the ability for each individual victim to focus on replacing white supremacy with justice and making their own independent choice, I think that's probably what's going to work.
Agreed. I I often hear like common talking points is that when victims mention racism, white supremacy, or they mention the injustice of Black people dying, being killed by race soldiers, I often hear that we need to start in our own communities, but we need to fix and heal our own communities first. But I'm like, Black people don't have communities, especially Black people don't have communities. Non-white people do not have communities that they can heal, communities that they can protect. And I say this because on 244, is a really, really brilliant passage here, and the code states, question, during the existence of white supremacy racism, what are the most direct ways to stop non-white people from unjustly killing and maiming each other and or from seriously mistreating each other? Answer, direct action by the creator of the universe, all power, Allah, God, the greatest masters, the greatest, the master of masters. Two, the establishment of the quality relationship between white people and the non-white people of the known universe. There you have it. You know, this is what we can do to stop the so-called black on black crime, so-called black on black violence. If we need a system of justice, because other than that, the system will keep on manufacturing individuals who are trained to kill for fun, for glory, especially to kill black people for fun and glory. But so yeah, that's how we can fix our so-called communities is by establishing justice, so we can have quality relationships among all people on planet Earth.
Oh, five.
Yes, sir.
Are there other places where the head entity is referenced? Is there a discussion of whether this is being sarcastic or, like in general, is there a discussion of religion or God?
Yes, the creator is mentioned numerous times throughout this book, and there's a whole religion section. I think that's the next. That could be the next section. Yeah, religion is area 7, so we're gonna be there shortly. But yeah, also I think there's a really, really epic, for lack of a better word, passage involving the creator, and because the code says that there's 2 ways um for the system of white supremacy to be ended, I believe. And one way is for there to be a system of justice established, or for there to be, or for white people to decide to kill. Um, actually,
All of the non-white.
yeah, I found it. I found it. Let me just read it really quickly. Question: what is the best and correct thing to do if white supremacists of the known universe decide to kill all non-white people of the known universe? Answer: protect yourself the best way that you can and seek help from the creator of the known universe. Note, according to compensatory counter-race logic, it is that force that created non-white people that will make the final decision about the existence or non-existence of non-white people in this or any other universe. So yeah, the creator is mentioned, also mentioned in time and energy area, which is economics. Yes, yes,
So
sir.
is that being sarcastic, or because you've read it and I haven't? What is your thought,
So
or anyone else's thought?
definitely not being sarcastic at all. And if the white people decide to kill all of us, I'll be happy to be the first to go. To be honest with you.
Well, does that
It's
mean
not
that
been
we are supposed to uh, seek the assistance of the higher power? Because just killing me, I'm not good with that. I don't like that idea.
Yeah, in the case the white supremacists decide to kill all non-white people, I would suggest seeking the creator for aid, because I will be doing the same. But we should be seeking the creator for aid before that happens. You know, every day we should be talking to
Okay,
the creator,
okay.
as far as I'm concerned. Like part of
Is
my
that something he mentioned?
yep, and the area
Right.
economics, he mentions how just going out into the nature and walking and listening could be a time for the creator to communicate with you. So the creator is mentioned numerous times. Mr. Carter,
Interesting.
Mr. Carter, would you like to share?
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, I didn't get to read with you when you started, but this point, out of the points that you was reading, that last point, uh, it kind of the way it says smile, talking about refined racist, white supremacists. It says smile, shake hands, embrace, kiss, uh, bow, say nice things, and nearly always are courteous and very helpful in doing many things that appear to be very constructive, but in truth are calculated in advance to directly or indirectly help to support the practice of white supremacy racism. We find white supremacists deceitful racists do not openly use terms like chinks, dinks, darkies, ding, gooks, jacks, mud, racist, niggers, etc. to refer to non-white people. I call that, or I've categorized that as some good white people syndrome. Because a lot of non-white people think a white person being nice to them is that's a good white person. And so I consider that to be some good white people syndrome that a lot of us have when we interact with white people and they're treating us what we think, as being courteous and everything to us. So I really like that point right there. Um, I also really like the right after that where it says some remarks and questions and answers about killing. Um, I think that is really important. It says use all words in such a manner as to cause the white supremacist races to lose the ability to use words as tools to deceive their victims, non-white people of the known universe. Continue to use all words and all definitions of words in such a manner the white supremacists the white supremacists are forced to act, uh, to react, or to interact by doing the following: killing all of the non-white people of the known universe, or ending the system of racial and white supremacy, uh, racism, and replacing it with a system of justice, balance between people. So I found that very important, and it sticks out for me anyway. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
Well said,
I
and,
would like
and
I would
agree.
like to jump in and say that that is the core of this entire book for me.
Exactly.
Mm.
This is the core of the book in the same way that the fear of white genetic annihilation is the core of the ISIS papers. The ability to use words in when you think of their definitions and when you think of how to put them together to ask questions, when you think about how to listen to the answers and see if your question has been answered. When white supremacists realize that they cannot, that you are not accepting their lie despite their refinement. And if enough non-white people are able to get the white supremacists to realize that we are not accepting their lie, and that it is better for them to end the system of racism, then that is my understanding of what Mr. Fuller is suggesting. Thank you, all five.
Thank you, and I really appreciated what you said, Mister Joe Carter. That is totally correct. Many non-white people are confused because they think racism is just practiced by your Uncle Jim calling someone a nigger, or just words being used, but it's much, 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 much more deeper and complex to that. It's thought, speech, and action being carried out in all nine areas of people activity behind closed doors and before our eyes. So this system is really not maintained by Uncle Jam saying nigger. Is much, much more complex to that, and it's really tragic that a lot of victims, I've seen younger victims, think racism is just being called the N word, where it's much more than that. Um, our guests have arrived. So if it's okay with everyone, I'm down and ready to start the Q&A session with our guests. And then we could do closing comments afterwards.
I cannot be the only guest.
No, we have two guests, and we have one more joining allegedly at 5:30. So we have two
Thank
guests. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Miss Lilia, Mr. David. Um, my first question for you two is oh, before I ask the question, Miss Helen.
No, go ahead, Zero. Go ahead. You go first.
Okay, a question for Miss Lilia, Mr. David is are you a white person?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Helen B.
Hello, guest. What's your definition of racism, white supremacy?
Racism is, I guess, to me, the thought that I or whoever is the racist feels superior to another person in all aspects or in any aspect regarding, regarding race. Or color.
Miss Lilia.
Yes. So I believe that, and my notion might be wrong, but I believe that racism and white supremacy, or racism, white supremacy, is defined, excuse me, as the belief of a sense of superiority of white people over non-white people held that is pervasive throughout our society, that it's like an infectious ideology that is pervasive throughout different societal institutions, and it's something I'm willing to learn more about, of course, but it's very complex and tragic, really, that it exists. Like, I wish there was more justice.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna read this definition, and I would like to know if um, David and Lilia, if you agree with his definition or disagree with this definition of racism, white supremacy. So, white supremacy, the direct or indirect subjugation of all non-white people by white people for the basic purpose of pleasing and or serving any or all white persons at all times, in all places, in all areas of people activity, including economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. The only functional racism in existence among the people of the known universe that is based on color and or anti-color and the physical makeup or physical appearance of persons. Racism for the sake of racism. Is this a definition we could agree on?
Yeah.
I guess so can somebody that is non-white find entertainment in the same thing? Like not okay. When you say subjugation, are we talking about sports for an example, as an example? Or like football or basketball, stuff like that, where there's like, is this involuntary or is this a voluntary thing?
This is a form, when we say subjugation, it's a form of mistreatment.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it just sounds like, yeah, it's white supremacy, sure.
So you can agree with this definition?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have a question that is actually not from the book. I just really have been thinking about this, and I regret not being able to ask it last week. But I would love to hear your thoughts on what does it mean to be white. Um, I would love to hear you guys answer on that question, Mr. David and Miss Lilia.
What does it mean to be white? I don't think there's any meaning towards it. I don't put any weight on it. I've never thought that I had a mission in my life or that there has been a goal that has been set to me without me knowing, just because I'm white. So what does it mean to be white? It means nothing to me. I think okay. I think there's so many advantages and privileges with being white, but I don't inherently believe that there is some deeper meaning for me and some goal that I have just because I'm white. Or hopefully that makes sense.
Okay, can I go? Hello?
I will say yes. You can go.
Okay, so to me, being white, um, I'm not sure how to answer this question, to be honest, because it's not something I really put a lot of thought into. I know that being white comes with a lot of privilege and it's regrettable. And I know that being white in and of itself is not like a cultural of any cultural significance, because white is not a culture. You can be Irish, for example, or Italian, but being white is not, it's just a skin color, honestly. That's my honest answer.
And when you are saying privilege, I don't think being in a system of white supremacy, which gives every white person power to mistreat or power to so-called get ahead. I think that it would be more correct to say power instead of privilege. Does this make logical sense to call, instead of saying white privilege, to say white power? Does that make sense, Miss David and Miss Lilia, Mr. Lilia, Miss Lilia?
I think if you use those terms, are you saying that we can use these terms synonymously, because it sounds like
No.
Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just asking a question. Is it more correct to say that a white person has white privilege or white power?
I think power is more aggressive. I think that if I went into something utilizing my power, like if I were to apply for a job, knowing that I'm going to use this power of mine, or I'm going to apply to this job knowing that I have an advantage over somebody else that is non-white. I think one sounds malicious and one does not sound malicious. Privilege, I think, can be something that we don't recognize, that not many people recognize they have. It's, you can have a privilege to do something, but like not be fully aware of it, versus knowing that I have the power to do something and then taking advantage of that. I don't think I take advantage of me being white. It kind of comes with certain privileges. Now, I'm not going to say it's power. It comes with its benefits, but I don't purposely, knowingly take advantage of these benefits.
And Miss Lilia, do you have an answer? And again, the question is it more correct to say that white people have white power or white privilege?
I guess white privilege is a term that sort of makes it sound nicer and more palatable on the ears, when in reality it's probably more accurately white power. However, it's not something it's not something that it's not something that I know how to very easily talk about.
Miss Helen, and then Silent Warrior.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For Dan and Lilia, I think. Correct me if I'm saying your name wrong. So, how do you practice racism, white supremacy in your everyday life?
Did you hear the question?
That this is for Lilia. That I guess that kind of
For I think it was for both of you
it was
all.
for
It's
both.
for both. Yes, it's for both.
Because that that sounds. I don't practice white supremacy or racism to my knowledge. If there is something that is done that can be looked at in the eyes from like of a non-white that I'm doing something that's racist or having to do with white supremacy, it's not something I practice knowingly. And if there's something that I do, then somebody would have to let me know how I practice it, because I just must be very ignorant to not be able to answer that question, or not self-aware of that aspect. Of the aspect.
Mr. Silent Warrior, and then Kwaku. Actually, Lilia, I'm sorry, Miss Lilia, I didn't give you a chance to answer the question.
I'd like to believe that I don't actively participate in racism, white supremacy, although I think as de facto being white, like I can't help but not like does that make sense? Like I'm part of the system, but I don't want to be. If that makes sense. Like I don't want to be racist or white supremacist. And I try to check my biases and privileges as best as I can. So I don't think it's something that I would like actively participate. It's something that I try to avoid even.
Thank you. Mr. Silent Warrior.
Yeah. Just to be clear, both David and Leah gave definitions for racism that included the concept of white people feeling superior to non-white people due to race. And then from my understanding, 05 shared a definition of racism that involved white people dominating and mistreating non-white people, and neither David or Lelia opposed or disagreed with that definition. Is that correct? David, Lelia?
I thought that was fair. I feel that somebody that takes advantage of another race or subjugates others because of race, that would qualify as racism. That would qualify as a white person doing this because they feel superior in one way or another.
Sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're totally fine.
And Lilia, is that correct?
Yes, that you summed it up aptly.
Cool. So David, I just would like to note that your definition spoke about white people feeling superior, but your definition did not include anything about what white people actually do other than feel. And the definition that 05 put forward spoke about system of people that classify themselves as white doing things to dominate and mistreat. So I would say that it didn't seem completely strange to you when 05 gave his definition. You didn't have any disagreement. It didn't seem strange to you. So I just can't help but wonder if you knew that also occurs and why that wasn't in your definition.
I think that's a good point. I think I do not disagree with that as part of the definition. I think my definition was very simple and very it was not as perhaps real as the definition that Swashan 0526. I'm so sorry. Gosh, that
No
0526.
No worries.
Okay. That 0526 provided. But I think that definition is perhaps more real, is more harsh. And you're right, I didn't mention that. And that's because I am not the one experiencing the harshness of the racism or the white supremacy. So I guess from my perspective, maybe just from my perspective, it's not as harsh as the people that have to deal with this experience. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to put words together, but I agree with
Oh,
you.
that's okay. Thank you very much for your response. Lilia, is there anything that you would say about that difference in the definitions? And you also didn't seem to disagree. So would you like to respond to my observation?
I think that racism is not a topic I'm very educated on. And it's that lack of education about this topic wherein my definition was lacking.
Thank you for your response. 05, can I ask just one more question to our guest? My question will be, what's the best information that you can give to non-white people that would improve our situation under a system of racism, white supremacy?
Do you mind repeating that question? I received a call at that moment and it just completely blocked out you.
Sure. What's the best information, Dan and Lilia, that you think non-white people should have in order to improve our situation under a system of racism, white supremacy?
And that last word, what's the best?
Information that non-white people should have in order to improve our situation under a system of racism, white supremacy.
Best information is that you're dealing with a group of people that are highly sensitive, that feel that their way of life, their way of thinking is correct. And if you say something differently, you're wrong. You are dealing with a bunch of people that are stubborn and are absolutely sure that, and I'm just being redundant, that their thought process is correct. And I think there's the generation that we have, like the older generation of people, are out of touch, are very difficult to communicate and de-escalate. And I guess all we can do is, really educate the younger generation because I just feel like these older people are just so lost, and the people that have already been educated and conditioned at, that are our age, I'm 30, and if they're conditioned at this point, it just seems like it's difficult to convert their thought to something that is objectively more correct. I don't know if that
Thank
makes
you.
sense. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Lydia?
I would say that continuing to so the question was, what is the best piece of information to help non-white people overcome the system of racist white supremacy? Is that, I want to make sure I have the question right.
Yeah, thank you for asking. What is the best information that non-white people should have in order to improve our situation under a system of racism, white supremacy? And improve can mean end the system of racism, white supremacy as well.
I think continuing to talk about it and raise awareness to it and actively working on dismantling the system, I think that's very helpful, and it shouldn't be, I mean, I think it needs to be like a group effort where everyone tackles the, like, us versus the problem, you know what I'm saying?
Lilia, my question was what information should non-white people get? Not what information do we need?
I honestly don't know.
Thank you.
I feel like the only way that there can be some resolve is if white people, racists, white supremacists experience the same type of oppression that non-whites have experienced. Because it seems like most of this population does not have the capacity to empathize with anything, with anybody.
Interesting. Mr. Kweku and then Carice.
Yes. So given the definition of racism, white supremacy, do you believe that there's only two classifications of people, those classifications being white and non-white?
No. Well, in terms of race, no. I think that, I mean, it depends how you want to classify people. Should I just be classifying? I mean, I don't view everybody else as not white. I see. I would say whites, and then I would say Asians, but then Asian again is not really a color of a skin. And this is asking me if I classify. I'm sorry, I'm just speaking out loud and like trying to like come up with an answer, and I'm taking
no
space. Yeah, but I'm really trying to figure this out.
You can maybe think on the question and let Lilia answer.
Yeah. Go. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go on.
Well, I like to think that people are people, but I acknowledge that people of different skin colors have different experiences. I don't classify people as into white and non-white in my head. I try to see people as human with an array of human experience. That's not to say that I don't see that other races exist, because I live in a system where race does exist, and
Okay, I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
cut in quickly. I'm gonna say that when you ask that kind of question, it sounds like you're giving me two different teams. Like I feel like I'm picking like which team I'm on, and I don't think I'm on. I don't view myself on a white team. Um, I don't think there are any teams, and I think that because there are ways to differentiate people, it puts everybody on their own team or in their own team, and then makes it feel like, okay, we got to stick with our own kind of thing. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that there are people that view there is a white and there's a non-white team. I don't think that. I don't know if that even
Uh,
answered your question. I'm sorry.
Carrie, thank you. Let me try to rephrase. So we can agree that there is a system of racism, white supremacy, right?
Yes.
So I'm saying under that system of racism, white supremacy, do you agree that people are classified as white and non-white?
Hmm. Sure. Sure. But you can have people that are white that are not white supremacists. They
Correct.
are, but by white supremacists, people that are not white supremacists are not white supremacists. People that are white supremacists assume that everybody that is white is part of that team of supremacists or something like that.
Mhm.
Um,
I don't know if that.
Mr. David, actually, the majority of non-white people I don't have the faintest idea of the system of white supremacy, nor do they believe that most white people are racist. Even though it would probably produce constructive results if non-white people understood that there are, yes, three kinds of people: white supremacists, white people, and non-white. But any person who can practice racism should be viewed as a suspected racist until we have a system of justice. Um, but yeah, I just had to make that statement. You don't have to respond to it if you don't want to. Um,
I had a follow-up question.
Please
I think
do.
Lilia, if I rephrase my question, I don't know if you had a different answer.
Under a system of injustice, there are of racism and white supremacy, there are those categories just based on the definition and based on the system that exists. I mean, I don't like it. I want there to be equality and justice, but I mean,
Okay. My follow-up question is, have you ever said or pretended that you are not a white person?
Never.
as a child, I used to pretend I was Japanese because I liked it,
Oh,
but I was a child and I didn't know better.
okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Have I ever pretended that I was not a white person? Okay, I think that Lilia makes a good point. I think growing up, I think we've all played games or have done something that where we had to play a certain role. And so perhaps I did, I am sure that I've played a role where I was not a white person. And yes, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Carice.
Hello, David and Lilia.
Hi.
My question is, do you believe that non-white people are inferior and worth less than white people? And if so, what do you intend to do about it?
And you say work less than white people?
Worth.
Yes,
I think she said.
inferior and
Oh, you
worth
say work
less
less
than.
or worth less?
Worth less than
Okay.
white people. And if so, what do you intend to do about it?
I think that is a question that if I were to answer yes, it would completely contradict my earlier statement of how do I practice racism in my daily life. So
We're just looking for honesty.
yeah, I know we're looking for honesty, and this was a preface to what I was going to say. I think there are times where I had let a judgment where I had an initial judgment that I recognized wasn't a correct way to think. And an example would be, I can't name you a particular time I can't name a particular instance where this has happened, but if I were to give you an example, maybe a medical provider that I had my initial idea was, maybe I would feel in better hands under somebody that was white. And it is very difficult to really have a thought like that. That is really tragic, and it's really disgusting to have an initial thought like that. And it takes a lot of self-awareness to think that that is a really stupid initial thought. And because non-whites don't go to a different medical school, white people do. So I think there have been times where, what's the question again? I'm so sorry.
Do you think non-white people are inferior or less than, non-white people are inferior
Yeah,
or less than white people? If so, what are you plan to do about it?
Okay, so I don't think that there's a difference in terms of work. I don't think that, generally speaking, non-whites are inferior to white people. But when I have initial thoughts like that, yes, I've had times where my mind has been very vulnerable, very illogical. And the thing is what I would do about that is, because I know I'm not the only person that has had this thought. And the point is, what I would do about it is have open discussion. I would, in a perfect world, I'd be very embarrassed to talk about this. It's very embarrassing. And I think that talking about it brings a lot of criticism, and it brings a lot of judgment. And if I wasn't worried about criticism and judgment, I would be more willing to talk about my experiences with that. And I feel like my experiences would be similar to other people. I'm sure, because like I said, other people I'm sure had this experience. And if people that have had similar experiences can talk about how illogical that initial thought is, because it always seems to be the initial thought, and then afterwards, right after the initial thought, you're like, okay, actually that was the dumbest thing I've ever thought about. But I think if we brought more awareness about how idiotic that initial thought is, we could decrease prejudices regarding, non-whites. Let's just say my example was the medical issue, being inferior to white medical professionals. And that would just, I hope I answered that question. I know I fumbled so much. Sorry.
What about the first part of the question?
I don't feel that that non-whites are inferior. I do not feel that. But based on but like I was talking about, my initial thought comes from that area, right? It comes from that direction where, why would I care about a skin color? Why would I care about that? But because I assumed, or my initial thought was, I'm going to receive better care from this white person than this non-white person that does fill that. Yes, I've had times where I felt that one person was inferior to another. So, but it's not all the time. It doesn't run my life where I always think about that. I didn't answer the question again, did I?
I do not believe that non-white people are inferior to white people. I think that they are worthy and lovely and of all the consideration. And I don't view them as inferior. I view non-white people as people with different experiences than me, and I want to try and learn and understand as best as I can and help bring about justice.
Appreciate the answer.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I saw Miss Helen's hands first, and then Kwaku.
Put me for third.
Got it.
I have to go in
Hello.
5 minutes.
Okay, this will be real quick. Have you ever used profanity in front of a non-white person?
Yes.
Lilia?
In front of, yeah.
Have you ever poked fun at a non-white person for what they said or did?
Sure. Yeah.
As a child and in my youth, but I not in recent times.
Have you ever blamed a non-white person for incorrect behavior?
Now, I would like to go on the record for saying it is not just for non-white people. This is how I think people are, where we see somebody do something, and if we don't think it's correct or socially proper, even if we are participating in things that are not socially proper, it's just easy to poke fun at people in general that are doing something funny or weird.
But my question is specifically non-white people.
Yeah. So I guess because the way the question was asked, it just seems like only non-white people. Have I only brought poked fun at non-white? So I have not only poked fun at non-white people, and that's what I wanted to get out of the way. It's not only non-white people. This is people in general, generally speaking. So non-white, because they fall under the general people. Yes, sure. I have poked fun at something that was not proper.
Okay, that's all for now.
Kwaku.
Yes. Thank you for your honesty. My question is, do you have any white friends who show that they have no interest in helping replace white supremacy with justice?
I think that behind closed doors, I don't know what people want. I am not somebody that advocates every day when advocates against like white supremacy every day. So there could be people that look at me and around me that think, oh, this guy doesn't give a shit about anything that's going on. I care, but I guess I keep to myself. So perhaps I don't care that much. I don't care enough. And to answer your question, I'm going to assume that people that I know that are white don't care enough, aside from a couple. So that don't show any evidence of advocating against white supremacy.
Lilia, thank you, David.
So the question is, do I have friends who don't? Can you repeat the question?
Do you have white friends who do not who do not have interest in replacing the system of racism with the system of justice?
Off the top of my head, I'm going to be honest and say that it's not a topic that I often talk about with my friends. I'll occasionally post something on Facebook. I have a few friends who like counter argue with me about things that I post about, like race issues. So based on that, I would say I probably do, but they're not close friends. They're just more like acquaintances.
I wanted to quickly jump in and say the friends that I gravitate towards, the people that I gravitate towards are not anti-progressive people. They are not Trump supporters. I actually find anybody that's a Trump supporter to be inferior in some way than everybody else, because it seems like they all have the same thought process, not self-aware of issues. So the people that I hang out with, it just seems like it's a given that they're not opposed to fixing the system.
See, okay. Why do you say that you feel they're not opposed?
They're not opposed because I don't associate with people that are overtly racist. You know, if they're racist, then they're doing it behind closed doors, and I don't know anything about that. I assume that people that I hang out with have similar views. And okay, so my most recent view that I talked about is discussed. Not my view, is something that I've struggled with, and really more so in the past, before self-awareness kicked in. And the people that I talk with are, are not openly racist people. Again, if they're racist, then I don't know anything about
it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you for participating, David and Lilia, and for your honesty. I have one question before you bounce. And have you ever gotten the feeling that non-white people are wary to talk to you because they think you may be practicing racism?
No, I don't think so. I'd like to think that I don't present myself as somebody that is difficult to talk to. And I think for that reason, perhaps I have had less experiences of people being afraid to approach me. But then again, I don't know. I've encountered a lot of non-whites, and I haven't talked to the majority of them, and the majority of them have come up and talked to me, right? So I don't have this baseline to go off of how many non-whites typically approach non-whites.
Okay,
And,
David.
Yeah.
May I extend this question? Has a non-white person ever accused you of practicing racism?
On Xbox Live.
Okay. Lydia?
That's when I was young. That's when I was in middle school, freshman stuff on Xbox Live. I have to go now, but thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
David, before you leave, I would like to note that you've been laughing quite a lot. This is the second. You laughed last week. No, and I think
My
last
initial
week you
reaction
said
to
this
laugh.
was about
Yeah.
last week you said I mean, yeah. I just wanted to know that we hear a lot of laughter.
I think that some people respond differently in uncomfortable situations, and while laughing is not appropriate, there are times where I laugh when I feel a little uncomfortable, and I guess it's it's the kind of like the mood, the situation where I was ensured that it doesn't feel like a hot seat, but and I know it's not a hot seat, but I just feel like I'm being I know I'm being heavily judged, and I feel like people can say that you're not, but it's difficult, and I respond differently to feeling uncomfortable than the typical person that might just stay quiet.
Thank you very much for your answers, David.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. David, I would truly appreciate it if you stayed for one more question.
I have to. My therapist is going to send me out. I can come back after my therapy session, which is going to be at 9:00. But I've already missed a number of sessions.
No worries. Please, if you have time, we'll probably still be here. If not,
Okay.
no worries. Have a good therapy session. For your time and
energy. Love you.
Peace.
Love you. Bye.
Later. Just joined. Yep. Good to hear you.
Welcome, Mr. Barron. Lilia, would you like to answer Mr. questions?
5. What's going on, man? What's going on? Yeah. Hold on. Looks like Joe has his hand up. I'll just let him talk.
Oh yeah, I believe Lilia, you may have to repeat the question, Mr. Eden, because
My name is Silent Warrior, but whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Silent Warrior.
Lilia, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, my question was, have you ever gotten the feeling that non-white people are wary to talk to you because they think you may be practicing racism, or have you ever been accused of practicing racism?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've definitely been accused of like practicing racism, I mean, shoot, just being white, I guess I'm automatically I want to say I'm automatically racist, and I don't want to say that, but just from the way that the whole system set up where white privilege is obviously benefiting me. It's almost as if I'm passively, what I'm trying to say, like just being a part of a system that benefits my skin color in a way that is I'm how do I say this? Yeah, sure. I mean, whatever. It's like I'm being racist. But yeah, personally, I have never actually singled anyone out for being Black or whatever. I mean, I'm a pretty cool dude. That's why I came to this meeting in the first place. And no one, unfortunately, no one has ever gone to me and be like, yo, what's up, racist, or say anything like that. So in a provocative way, is just everyone kind of understands that the system is prejudiced in favor of white people, and I need to do my part to help try to keep things balanced, and until things are completely balanced, it's I can't, I'm still receiving white privilege, and I can't reject it. I have to accept it, being in my body, right? And so in a way that's racism. Does that answer your question, or were you expecting a different answer?
No, I just expect you to give your answer. Thank you for your answer.
Yeah, no. So no problem. If there's
I
anything
think there was Lilia here that was going to answer before you came in.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, take the floor, Lilia.
I'm rather socially oblivious. I don't believe I've ever picked up on a sense that people were wary of talking to me for the reasons that you say, that they suspect that I'm racist or whatever. And I don't recall being accused of being racist either. Although I don't know if that answers your question. I'm sorry.
I think you have answered the question. I asked if you've been accused of being racist or if anyone has been wary of speaking to you. Thank you, 05.
No problem. Um, so my question for Mr. Barron and Miss Lilia is,
Fire away.
what do you think most white people fear about non-whites?
Oh, okay. Do you want to go first, Lily, or do you want me to answer this? Because I think I can answer it.
You can go first.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like honestly, just being judged, that's like the number one thing. Like I think that's something that we all are like fearful of, is being judged by other people. And 100%, that's something that, you know, I try to be like really mindful with the way I talk and mindful with who I am. Oh, awesome. Here you go. Oh, thanks. Yeah. But you know, I'm not perfect yet. Okay, for sure. Love you. And you know, I'm trying to get to a point of perfection, but until I am, you know, the universe will look back on me and will look back at me and say, you know, hey, you have more work to do, whether that's through other people or whatever. And I just have to be willing to face the constructive feedback. That's mainly it. So yeah, go for it, Lily.
So I I also fear judgment from others. I'm particularly, perhaps I'm a little fragile in this sense, but I worry about being judged as racist. Like, I want to be seen as an ally, although if I'm not, if I if I do, um I do want to be called out for anytime I'm racist, because I'd like to learn, but um yeah, that the thing I'm afraid of is just being judged.
Okay, so the question was, what do you think most white people fear about non-white people? You guys answered from your perspective, which is still good insight, but I would like that question to be asked. What do you think other white people fear about non-white people?
Mm. Do you want to go, Lily, or do you want me to go?
I can go. Let's
Okay,
see.
go for it.
I think most white people, and I feel weird speaking for most white people because I don't feel like it's my place to speak for anyone but myself. But if for me to answer the question, I would say most people are afraid of things that aren't familiar to them. And so if they see something that's different from them, they might feel afraid of it.
Yeah, I mean, Lilia said it pretty. Yeah, love you. Lilia said it in pretty basic terms. I think to like to build on top of that, you know, negative stereotypes are definitely like ingrained in us. I know. I certainly, you know, whenever I see a black person walking down the street or something, unfortunately, some of those negative stereotypes like come to mind, and I don't want them to, but they just do because, you know, I've heard of them for so long. And so, you know, thoughts will pop up, like, and I think this is for all people, you know, for I guess all white people when it comes to dealing with all Black people, at least in the United States. It's really important for this group to be mindful that, you know, there are different cultures in the world, and my experience as a white American is mainly, like, I guess you could say, relevant to the experience of other white Americans. Like, I can't speak for white people in I don't know, what's a random country. I can't speak for white people in like Finland or, you know, but certainly white people in the United States. Like, we're all aware of those stereotypes, right? And yeah, just I think what you want to hear is, like, obviously the stereotypes that we need to take care of first. Like, for example, people of color are violent, or people of color are poor, or people of color are, like, you know, you name it. All those negative ones that we need to get out of our minds. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's, or a lot of people, excuse me, I shouldn't talk for everyone, but a lot of people who are cultured in America, unfortunately, you know, are, it's almost like, yeah, it's almost as if we've been raised on these messages that, you know, Black people are like this, or even like white people like that. And then some of them are like really, really scary. And so when we hear like, oh, all of these people are like, you know, violent or whatever, then like it's just gonna make us scared, even if it's not true. And that's the silly thing. And I think that's why groups like this are so important, is because we start a conversation, we start a dialogue on the stuff that's not true out there, that's like causing us to social distancing is it's a really popular term now. So like social distance basically, and do other things like, you know, restricting job opportunities and all those things that lead to inequalities that we really need to address if we want to be a harmonious society. Yeah, I hope that gave you a little bit of what you're looking for. And if there's more that you want, if there's more that you want me to dig out, let me know.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Joe Carter has a question, and then Helen.
Yes. Anthony he didn't he wasn't here when the question was asked about what was his definition of racism. So I would like to know what his definition of racism is.
Oh snap! These are really good questions. So yeah, I like coming to groups like these because they ask good thought-provoking questions like that. Yeah, racism, man, racism is really complicated. It's so tricky. But to boil it down, long story short, let me actually just give a little story instead of actually trying to define racism first. So, you know, you're growing up, right? You're a kid, you're young, you don't really know a lot about the world. You see, there's a point. Every single one of us in this little virtual room has had a point in their life, a turning point, or even just like, how do I say this? Like when we're born, right? We're not born racist, and then over time we eventually like hear these messages that make us into racist, right? And racism is like, I wanted this to sound good, but I'm like trying to. Okay, so okay, skip the story, forget the story. Racism is just, long story short, treating people differently because of the color of their skin. That's your bread and butter definition. I think that hits really close to home, because like racism is yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna try to wrap it up like this. One of the reasons why it's so prevalent and so destructive and so like we need to get rid of it is partially because of how simple it is. It's so simple that it's really easy for it to spread throughout society. Like it can't really get more simple. It's literally like black and white. Like things. It's hard for things to get simpler than that. And what else about racism? It needs to stop. So, yeah.
Can I ask one more question? Is it possible? To both Anthony and Lily.
Go for it, man.
Have you ever heard any racist jokes?
Oh yeah, all the time, man, all the time. And you know what? I'll be honest, man. I laugh at some of them, because it's like, here are the racist jokes I don't laugh at. I don't laugh at the racist jokes that are like obviously, you know, like, oh, man, there are so many bad racist jokes out there, bro. I don't even want to get started. But there are some that are kind of funny, and the reason why they're funny is because they, like Dave Chappelle, for example. I freaking love Dave Chappelle, and he brings up a lot of jokes about race. And the reason why his jokes are funny is because they bring to light.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm particularly talking about white people, not really any non-white people. Racist jokes for white people. Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, I didn't even really hang out with white people growing up, so I can't really speak on that. But you know, for sure, like I can imagine. I've certainly heard through the media of like racist jokes from white people, and a lot of them, bro, are stupid. Like these people shouldn't even try to say that kind of stuff. It just doesn't sound right. You know, it's not that funny. I get where they're coming from. We're trying to get a couple laughs here and there, but I just say that pretty well. But like, just not, just not. Yeah. All right.
Lily, what about you?
Yes, I have heard racist jokes before. I don't particularly care for them.
That'll be all.
Mr. Barron, Miss Lilia, can you possibly share a racist joke you've heard from a white person?
Ooh, okay. Again, I don't really hang around. Well, not fortunately now. I don't really hang around folks who. I mean, I go to Stanford right now, and actually, I don't have any classmates, fortunately, who make racist jokes. And growing up, I went to like all black school, so I didn't really hang around white people. So personally, I can't think of anything. But I'm gonna have to dig my memory because I'm sure I've heard something in like the media that wasn't cool. So let me just think about that real quick while Lily answers.
The only joke that comes up off the top of my head was one that my dad and mother say a lot when they're talking to people, and it's so embarrassing. There's a black guy and a white guy, and they're arguing in a car about the ethnicity of God. God is black, no, God is white. God is black, no, God is white. And the argument gets really heated, and they end up getting into an accident and dying and going to heaven, and they're still in heaven arguing over the ethnicity of God. God is black, no, God is white. And then the pearly gates open and they're greeted by God, and God says, "Hola, amigos." That's the only one that comes to me off the top of my head. But there's another one, and I don't know how to tell it, about the punchline is basically equating all black people to thieves, but I forget how it goes.
Thank you for your honesty. And Miss Helen,
Hello, hi. My question is for both of you. Have either one of you ha- ever been in a sexual relationship with a non-white person?
Yeah, actually, it was pretty dope. But oh, excuse me. Yeah, it was great. I mean, honestly, I so I was a I personally I've been celibate for a long time. It's just something I'm trying out. I kind of like it. It feels good for my energy. But a long time ago, sophomore year of college, I had let's see, Latino and Irish. She was my girlfriend, and she was really cool. I mean, we got along well. It just honestly, we kind of got together just for like the experience of being together, like sexually. So it only lasted a couple weeks. But I mean, it was great. And the really cool thing too is we never really brought up race or anything like that. We were just, she was a solid person, you know, I was solid around her. Honestly, I think it could have worked out. But yeah, that's about my experience.
My answer is yes, I have.
Mr. Kwaku.
Yes, thank you for your guys' honesty. So under the system of racism, white supremacy, uh, do we agree that only white people can be white supremacists?
Yeah, I mean, like a white supremacist is someone who's like white and believes in their racial supremacy. So I guess like by definition, yeah. And then the thing is though, is like I'm also thinking about, you know, all the folks who are non-white and who also believe in white supremacy, just because it's been like ingrained in them, you know. And I wonder, are those people also, are they like non-white white supremacists? This is a question I sometimes juggle. And actually, I'd like to know what your answer is if you think that if they you know they are. So yeah, whatever you feel like talking, let me know.
Lilia, can you answer the question, please?
I would say only white people can be white supremacists. Other people can certainly be prejudiced. Non-white people can certainly be prejudiced, but I don't. I think that only white people can really be racist, and to an extension a white supremacist.
Okay. Thank you. My follow-up question is there any reason for me to believe that you should not be regarded as a racist suspect?
As a racist? Why I should not be a racist?
Why I should not believe that you should be regarded as a racist suspect?
A racist suspect. So someone who's like suspected of being racist?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, shoot. Sure. I mean, you can consider me one. But if you had like just because like obviously I'm aware of race, right? So that affects my decision making to a certain extent. But if you had a whole spectrum of people, and like on one end, so you had like the KKK, and the other end you had really cool people like me, then I'd be on that end. So yeah.
So I try to be very conscientious and self-aware of my actions and prejudice, and I tried to answer these questions with honesty and sincerity to the best of my ability. And I would hope that, you know, over time, as you got to know me, that you could consider me as a non-racist suspect. But I certainly understand if you did consider me a racist suspect.
Thank you for your honesty.
Mr. Joe, do you have another question?
Yes. So Anthony kind of missed your definition of racism, and I wanted to know if he considered that definition to be accurate. And so, if I would like to say in my words, which would be um, my definition of racism, which I use it as synonym to white supremacy, racism
Okay.
and white supremacy as synonyms. And the
Yeah.
definition goes as a global system of people who classify themselves as white and are dedicated to abusing and or subjugating everyone in the known universe whom they classify as not white. So is that definition accurate? And
I mean,
yeah,
yeah,
is that
that
accurate
sounds
definition?
that sounds like some extreme racism to me. So yeah, for sure. Um,
Okay.
one thing. You know what? And this might sound a little controversial, but you know, I'm speaking to y'all from my heart, so I might as well let it out. But sometimes I feel like some people judge white people because of the way they look too, and it's obviously like it's way less extreme than like all the other forms of racism out there. It's like way less extreme, but it's out there, and so I wonder like, is that racism or what would you call that? Would you call that prejudice? Like, what's the right word?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, or anyone who's like who has something to say on that.
And what was your question?
Oh yeah, so like, what would you call that? Would you call that? I remember whatever the other girl's name. She said that that's like considered prejudice. So would you like consider people treating like white people differently because of the way they look? Like, would that be prejudice but not racist, or how does the terminology work there? I'm just curious.
So you're asking if people are judging white people?
Yeah. So like, what would you call that?
Judging them how?
Just like, I don't know. Say okay. I remember. Okay, like say someone's just like a little mean to me because I'm white. Like they have a little chip on their shoulder because of like the history of colonialism and all that. But obviously, I'm just like a regular dude. They don't know me at all, but they still like, they still treat me kind of meanly. Like what would that be? What would you consider that to be? I'm just like, I'd like to know.
I would say is a person just being mean.
Just being me?
I,
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider that to be racism, at least from my definition that I just gave. That
Okay.
wouldn't be racism.
Oh,
White
okay.
supremacy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Obviously, it's not white supremacy.
Remember, I said it was synonym, racism, white supremacy. That definition. Do you consider my definition to be an accurate definition, though? And do you believe that system exists, though? What is the definition? If you want me to give it again, I can.
Yeah, you're just like racism. It's white supremacy, right?
Yeah, I said a global system of people who classify themselves as white and are dedicated to abusing and or subjugating everyone in the known universe whom they classify as not white. And do you think that system exists?
That system is racism. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's like that's a racist system. So yeah, it's just like one thing that I still gotta wrap my mind around is, okay, look, first of all, let me get this straight. I 100% agree white supremacy is racism, right? Like, white supremacy has got to go. That's why I came to this meeting in the first place. But are you familiar in geometry where it's like all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares? So I think white supremacy, like that idea is like, it's an example of a square, right? Perfect example of racism. But I feel like there are more examples of racism out there. And so, and all examples of racism, because look, if we really want to get race, if we really want to nip it in the bud, we have to get rid of racism completely, right? If we just focus on white people, they're still going to be, hey, I hate to break it to you, they're still going to be racist at the end of the day, right? Even if we get rid of all white racists. So it's like, if we really want to come up with a solution, we have to really be willing to look at all people who are mean to other people because of the way they look and tell them, no, what you're doing is not cool. You got to treat the other person with kindness and respect. And, you know, regardless of race, right? So I'm not trying to push points here and force the word racism on certain people and not on other people, right? I'm just trying to say that everyone has the capacity to be mean toward other people because of the way they look. And whether or not you want to call that racism doesn't matter. The thing is we just need to like confront those people and tell them, hey, you got to be nice to the people. So I'm not even sure if I even got to your question. But to summarize,
Yeah, so that is an issue. Let's be more concise and direct with our answers, please.
Sure. So long story short, yeah, I think white racism white supremacy, dumb, has to go. Obviously, it's racism. But do I think white racism encompasses all racism? I think honestly, bro, to be 100% like I could say no, right, just to go with the flow. But I honestly believe that racism goes beyond just white racism. So
So you don't think that my definition is accurate then? Is that what you're saying?
I think it could be expanded. I think it definitely like addresses a really big part of racism, right? Like this all started because of colonialism and all that BS. But just from personal experience, I believe it goes beyond that.
I'm done.
So,
I asked for the question.
Sure.
Look,
yeah, thanks. So I'm bringing this up because I want us to, you know, address the whole picture so that we can come up with the best solution.
Understood. Mr. Kwaku, then I saw Miss Helen, but I believe you put your hand down.
Yeah, I guess this one's for Anthony because I think Lilia answered this earlier, but actually I'll ask it to you. Do you believe that non-white people can be racist? Or sorry, let me rephrase that. Do you believe that non-white people can practice racism, white supremacy?
Yeah, see, look, I have to be careful with the way I use the word racist. Because there are so many definitions to it. Obviously, my definition of racism just being mean to like someone because of the way they look. It's like, sure, that's one definition, but there are other definitions, like for example, white racism, that I have to be mindful of. So, you know, it all depends on the definition. If we go with the definition of racism as just being white supremacy, then obviously no, like not possible.
Non-white people cannot be racist. They can be prejudiced, they can have biases, but they cannot be racist.
Okay, thank you, Lilia. Did we lose Anthony? I think we did. Okay. Then I'll let Helen go. Thank you for your honesty.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anthony, have you ever poked fun at a non-white person?
He may have disconnected. I don't know if he's still in the.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll come back.
So this question, I believe, this question I believe was kind of answered by you, Lilia, but I would like to get more clarity. Um, um, if any, what do you fear most about non-white people?
I fear being judged, and that's about it.
Judged in what way?
Like, I don't want to be seen as someone who, like, I don't want to be seen as racist, although I understand if I am seen as a racist suspect or a racist in and of themselves. But I guess my greatest fear is being judged as racist and being ostracized and that sort of thing. That's my biggest fear towards in regards to non-white people. Like, I want to be seen as an ally, and I'm just answering this as honestly as I can.
Very appreciated. Kwaku, is this an old hand or? Okay, my next question is I'm gonna get
I actually do have a question. Lilia, what are you doing to make non-white people as constructive as possible and non-dependent on white people?
What am I doing to make non-white people, I'm sorry, I'm tired.
I could say it again. I said,
Yes.
What are you doing to make non-white people as constructive as possible and non-dependent on white people?
Yes. So I recently wanted to get my yoga teacher certification and teach yoga to at-risk youth and to people in prison and such. And then I realized that's kind of like being a white savior in a way. And so my friend and I thought of this idea. We haven't executed yet. But we talk about it, about teaching those communities to lead those classes for themselves instead of leading it and then having them be dependent upon us to lead it for them, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
Dr. Senki, would you like to ask a question?
Oh, yes. Yeah, my question was, and I came in a little bit late, so I don't know if anybody else has asked this question. So please let me know. But my question is, I'd like to know if you could tell us what white people say about us when there's no non-white people around.
I know of a middle-aged woman who she's white and middle-aged, and she, when in privacy, would say things like, my child's the only blonde child in the class and he gets picked on and made fun of a lot, and she would make comments that were like somewhat disparaging, but I don't think she intended them to be. But because this person is a family member, I didn't feel comfortable confronting them over it. I just was like, oh yeah, whatever. So um that would be an example that I could give.
Wait, okay, so um, she was basically making a complaint to you about her child being the only blonde-headed child, and the child was being mistreated for being blonde-headed, or?
Yeah, so she says that her son gets mistreated in school a lot because he's the only white kid there, and she wants to move to
Oh,
the area because she lives in an area that's predominantly Mexican and black, and she wants to live in an area that's predominantly white.
oh, I see. So the non-white kids are mistreating her child because her child is white?
That was the complaint, yes.
Hmm, okay. Um, what, how long have you been a white person?
I believe I was
Are you a
born
white
white.
person, first off? I should, I know everybody else is assuming, but are you a white person?
Yeah, I can show my face if you'd like.
That doesn't work for me. I've
Okay.
totally been confused by that. I know people who are
Oh,
extremely light
I
skinned.
understand. Some people can have light skin. But yes,
Yes.
I do identify as white. I have family lineage that traces back to all over Europe, and I
Yeah.
identify as
So
white. So
it's real difficult for me to tell because, no person has the color, has skin, has no white person so far that I've met has had skin that's the color white, like a white piece of paper or a white crayon.
oh,
That
that
so
makes
that so that's why it's difficult for me to tell. But go ahead. What are you gonna say?
I said that makes sense, and I didn't mean to um I didn't mean to imply that non-white people couldn't have light skin.
Oh, I didn't even take it that way. I thought we were talking about white people.
Yes, I do.
I was just saying how I'm confused as to what a white person is, and that seeing your face is not going to help me know that you're a white person. So if you say that you're a white person, I mean that's enough for me for this conversation, you know.
Okay.
So just moving on, I just would like to know, um, and how long have you been like my question is how long have you been a white person? Like how old are you?
I'm 31. I'll be 32
Okay.
this year.
Oh, you'll be 32 this year?
Yes.
Okay, so 31, almost 32 years of being a white person around white people. And I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but the only thing that you can tell me that white people have said to you about non-white people is a white person talking about her child being mistreated by non-white people.
That's in recent times. I know that my own parents are very racist. Like I've been in the car with them, and then we've pulled up next to people playing loud music, and they've said um that they wish people wouldn't play that N-word music so loudly, for example. And um That's another example that comes to mind. That's not the only example, but
Well, just know from my perspective, that's one of the best ways that you can help us. Is because what we're trying to do is find out what racism, white supremacy is and how it works. That's what we're trying to do. And the only people that appear to know 100% what that is are white people. I'm not one that believes that every white person practices racism, but I know that any white person who is able to practice racism can practice racism. So that's why I look at white people as racist suspects. It's nothing personal. There's no emotion involved. It's just business.
yeah, I get it.
Right? Okay, so when it comes to now, from my perspective, your parents referring to music as nigger music is not offensive to me. That's not so I guess that just sounds like name calling to me. Um, what what I've observed, the when I look at racism, white supremacy, I look at how it functions, right? Like what it's done to myself and my ancestors for generations when it comes to function, like how we function in the society. And so I'm looking for more information than just name calling, which is, I mean, it seems to me that's what we're always told is racism. Like we're always, every time I see examples that white people give me, usually they're talking about name calling. And I know it's more than that. Don't you?
Right. And I've heard stories of people like managers not hiring people with certain sounding names, like Laquan or things like that. That was that more of a specific to what you're trying to get to?
Mm, I'm not sure.
So like
When you
like
are your parents people like that?
no, my parents don't work, but I'm talking about management and hearing stories about managers at work who don't hire people with certain sounding names, like black sounding names, I guess you could say.
Hmm. Okay. That still sounds like along the same lines as uh, name calling to me. I don't know.
Well, to
I'll
me, it's like denying an employment opportunity to someone based on how their name sounds, like not even bothering to interview them.
okay. Well, I might be stumped a little. I think I have to think about that more because from my observation, racism, white supremacy is practiced and it's based on skin color, not not a name. So I don't know. That kind of seems the same as I don't know, maybe like the reverse of nigger. I don't know. You stumped. You got me stumped there. So I need to think some more about that. I'll let someone else ask another question.
Okay.
I have a question, Miss Lilia. Thank you for sticking with us. Um, the question is, do you believe that white people are best qualified to end white supremacy? If so, why? If not, why not?
That is a challenging question. I think white people need to end white supremacy, but I certainly don't think that the only ones who can end it, although I might just be uneducated in this regard on this specific topic. I mean, ideally, white people stop being white supremacists and bring about a system of more justice, but I know that we don't live in an ideal world at present. And in terms of white people being the best qualified to do it, I would say that it's going to take all kinds of people to end it, not just white people. Like I don't I don't think white people are like the saviors, but I think that they need to get off their asses and do something about it too, myself included.
Understood. Mr. Jamal, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you again for being here, sticking with us. I know it's kind of late. I was wondering, we were talking about the racism definition, and the young man that was speaking before, he kind of he gave a definition that was different than what you would describe. You actually sound like you've actually thought about this quite a bit, this concept of what racism is and how there's a difference between just saying that you're better than racism, like non-whites, when they're perhaps trying to say that they're better than. And it sounded like you noticed there was a difference between non-whites trying to do what whites actually do. Does that make sense? Does that sound like your position?
I'm sorry, I didn't really understand it.
The gentleman that was here, the other white fellow that was here,
Hey.
was what was
Sorry,
his
my
name?
phone died. Hey, my name is Anthony. Yeah, my phone died while I was shopping. I just got back to the charger, so I'm ready for more questions.
Cool. Well, Anthony, actually, I was just asking a question that was based on what you were saying before. You were describing, you were describing racism, right?
Yeah.
And I thought your definition was a little different than Lilia's definition. So I wanted to ask Lilia what she thought of your definition, because it definitely seemed different.
Yeah, and there was, I did catch you talk about one thing, which was that it seems like, a lot of people here have thought more about this than I have. And you know what, man, that's certainly true. Like, how often do I truly think about racism? And that's the reason why I came to this meeting in the first place, because I want to learn more about it and what I can do to help the issue. So my whole concept of it is very like surface level. It's just like what you expect from some kid, growing up, and from what he's heard of racism from here and there. So yeah, go for it, Lilia.
Well, I think in terms of racism, it's a topic that not a lot of people talk about or think about, really. And I think that it's possible that we just don't talk about it enough, and therefore our definitions can be different from one another on what it is, and that people can get it confused on what racism really is, because it's not something we talk about. It's like a taboo subject that people are afraid of talking about. Like they don't want to be ostracized for being racist. They myself included, like I answered that one question, like I'm terrified as being labeled a racist, and I'm not sure why. But like I guess I don't want to be seen as a villain, but you know what I'm saying? I think it's just a taboo topic that not a lot of people talk about.
difficult.
At least at least not a lot of people that I talk to talk about it. It's like it falls under that branch of like politics and religion and of polite conversation where there are certain things that are just not discussed in certain circles, in polite circles. So I'm not the I'm gonna stop talking before I talk in circles. Sorry.
But what you said was fine. I agree that it isn't something that we talk about much. And I do think that these discussion groups are what it's about, having these discussions, that even though they may be uncomfortable, and finding where both sides are coming from, if there are both sides, seeing how we can have that togetherness. I think Anthony had spoken to that last week.
Yeah, 100%. And can I just try, or 05, I see you unmute yourself. Go for it.
Dr. Sinku asked a question while you were away, and Dr. Sinku, can you ask that same question? I don't want to get it mixed up or say it incorrectly.
I asked 2 questions. The critical question, which is, Anthony, are you a white person?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, just talking about my lineage, yeah, I'm like mostly European.
Okay. So the codified definition of a white person is that a white person is a person who classifies themselves as white and is accepted as white by other people who classify themselves as white.
Yeah.
Meaning that basically it takes 2 white people to make 1 white person.
Oh, wow. That's deep, man. Yeah.
So
that's really
for
true.
example,
Yeah.
I'm looking at you right now.
Yeah.
And if you're wearing a white t-shirt.
Yeah.
Your skin is not the color.
I know,
of your
man, it's
white t-shirt.
confusing, but I'm still white,
Right.
And honestly, I wasn't born out of the womb saying I'm white. It's just something that people told me I was, and then eventually I saw other people, who happen to conform to the definition of whiteness. They identify as white, and we all just were like, oh yeah, we're white. And that was that.
Yeah, that sounds more like the truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
And
so
yeah, go for it.
Okay, so the second question is, see, from my observation, the best way, because what we're trying to find, at least, I don't want to act like I'm a representative of non-white people because
go for it, whatever you want, man. This is a comfortable space,
As a victim of white supremacy,
yeah,
I want to know what white supremacy is and how it works. And to me, the best way that you, as a white person who wants to help me, that's the best way you can help me is by explaining to me what white people say and do, or how white people behave towards non-white people when there's no non-white people around.
Oh, okay. So you're curious about that?
When it's just you and them, yes.
Yeah, when it's just me and them, right? Yeah. Shoot, man, that's a really good question. And first of all, man, I just want to say, a little part of me wants to cry, man. When you talked about just like being a victim of white supremacy and just honestly just trying to get an understanding of the situation, man. To me, that's like that pulls at my heartstrings, because you're coming from such an innocent place, and I don't want to go on a tangent here, but it's just sad that racism has taken such a toll on so many innocent lives. And anyway, to answer your question, what's it like when I'm just around white people? Man, I mean, it's cool. Like the thing is we actually don't even, and now my experience of like being around white people is very like, it's very, you can almost say like elite, right? Because I only really started hanging around white people when I went to college. I'm from Oakland, right? Went to pretty much like, actually no, I did in the 5th grade. I did hang out with white folks, but for the most part, growing up, like I was only around black folks or like other people non-white. And so anyway, when I came to Stanford, I noticed that for sure people just always kind of assume all like when hanging around white people, we all just kind of assume that, you know, we were smart, we were like, you know, we were on it. We just like we just assume that we're all like great, right? And great and like, you know, the thing is and I don't mean great like, oh, we're white, that makes us great. Like we just have a lot of respect for each other, right? And 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 then the thing is though is that I did have one friend in college who was white, who was very, very like aware of the whole like he is so well versed on like, you know, racism versus being prejudiced and all is going, like he's just on the ball in terms of really getting of really bringing equity to the table. And you know, he would just, you know, talk to me about those issues a lot. What are more examples of like just being a white person around other white people?
Well, no,
I
no.
remember,
Let me.
yeah,
I didn't want to know what it's like being a white person around white people.
oh yeah,
I want you to tell me
yeah.
what white people say about non-white people
Okay, okay. I
when
see.
white
Yeah,
when it's just you and other white people. And
yeah,
for example, like it sounded like you were about to say something when you were talking about uh how people treat you. So
yeah,
do you think that do not when you're around non-white people,
yeah.
do non-white people a lot more nicer to you than white people?
Ah, interesting. Honestly, bro, oh man, it totally depends on the person, man. 100%. Like, dude, let me tell you, man, I've been around some really, really mean white people. Like people that I was like, oh my God, do you really like, you know, are you talking to me this way? And it's like, and then I've been around, you know, the nicest, like I actually remember, bro, one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life was this black kid in middle school, man. He was such a cool guy, just nicest kid, man. He was like, he was borderline. Now I try to practice kindness a lot now, so it makes me kind of cringe when I think back on it. But I actually remember having a thought in middle school, like this guy was too nice, and like just such a nice kid, man. I freaking love that guy. And then, you know, sometimes it's the other way around. You know, sometimes I'm around white people who are just so cool, like coolest people on earth. Like, and then, you know, sometimes I'm around black people who are like, you know, like, who are you? Like, you know, and the thing is it doesn't, it's not because of, what am I trying to say here? Their race did not really have a factor on how cool they were, was what I recognized. What I noticed that had an impact on how nice they were to me was their upbringing. Like,
You're talking
were
about the non-white people,
yeah, like non-white people,
black
white
people
people,
in particular?
just like, yeah, I mean, you could say non-white people, white people too, but I just noticed, like, I'm saying like across the board in general. Like, let me talk about myself for a second.
That's it.
So
I'm just talking about you,
yeah,
your interactions with non-white people and white
yeah,
people. So
yeah,
non-white people, when you've been with non-white people,
yeah.
have a lot of them been extra nice? Almost
Not
like, and do you think it's because you're white, or do you think it's because you're not? You're just because it's
Oh wait,
just
actually
who
no,
you
bro.
are.
Yeah, let me be careful about this because see, look, I'm obviously I'm coming from like kind of a narrow perspective right here. Like I'm just thinking like, oh, they're like this around all people, right? But then I have to remember too, man, there are times when being white really helped the situation. I remember even at school, man, even at school actually, now that I think about it, if I were around because I have to ask myself, okay, if I were with a black friend like would the situation go differently? And actually, now that I think about it, yeah, man, I can think of so many examples like of people, you know, being a little bit more hesitant if I had a Black friend around me than if I were just alone. Like, for example, you know, customer service, like you show up in person to some place to try to get a little help. You know, a lot of times they'll I get treated like I know what I'm talking about. Like I know what's going on, right? And like, and I just get better service that like I, you know, almost as if like say I'm going to Apple, right, to get help with an iPhone. I get looked at as if I actually own the phone, right? Whereas, you know, if someone, I can easily see someone coming in who's Black, same problem, same everything, but it's like they're looked at as if they don't own the phone. And it's so weird because obviously both people own the phone, right? So I can just think of that. And then, but then there are other times too where it's like, shoot, being Black is an advantage because like, you know, other people understand it's so situational. Like if I were Black in a situation where it's like there are other Black people around and it's like we all understand that, hey man, we've been going through this thing called racism. It friggin' sucks. Like you've been through the trenches with us. Like come on board. What's up? And then, you know, I come in and white, like, yo, you haven't really experienced racism. Like, you know, I have to kind of prove myself or like earn some respect before getting the handshake. And but
Well,
those
that's kind of
can I just say one last thing? Those are far more rare than the other kind. I'm just trying to paint the whole picture for you.
right. Well, see, the thing is that all of the picture painting was more confusing than anything because
I'm sorry.
No worries. You kind of
Look,
bounced around a lot there, and I'm so where I'm trying to stay at, right? And this from my experience, right?
Okay.
Whenever I'm having a conversation about racism, white supremacy with a white person, right? They give me like a whole lot of words, and there's a lot of fast talking, right? And for me, I'm just saying for me, I'd like for you to treat me as if I'm retarded, like I'm a third grader, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So that when you're talking to me, and I should have said that before, so that way I can ingest better and be able to say, hey, wait, slow down, hold on, stop, nope.
Yeah.
You're going too far, right? So like in all of that you said, if we get back to like what you said, like so when you're pointing out how when you go, you're expected or you're already it's already presumed or assumed that you have a particular like you already own the iPhone, you already own the property, or and I think you even said where people automatically kind of assume that you have a certain amount of knowledge.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay. So in your interactions with other white people, right? Have you ever had any encounters? And this could go for Lillian as well.
Yeah.
Have you been in situations where you've observed?
I think you just cut out.
A non because of that difference in knowledge and property ownership that or presumed property ownership that you were just speaking of. Have you that's what I'm getting at, right? Like that's what I want to know about. Like tell me about those type of white people.
Yeah, sorry, you cut out for like a good little bit, or maybe it was my internet connection. But all I heard was
somebody called me. Sorry about that. They called me. I declined the call. So, okay, but I'm speaking about. I'll give you another example. So, and this example is related to what I'm saying. I used to work at a car dealership.
Okay.
Okay. And when I worked at this car dealership, there was a salesperson there, a white salesperson there, right? Who I mean, there's a lot of white sales people, but this particular one, most of the Black customers that came there, they loved him. They thought the world of him, right? And he, would, he was very kind and nice to them and everything. And they would make sure when they came that he was like the only one they wanted to deal with, and they refer other Black people to him. And he had a reputation for being amongst a lot of Black people, being a very nice salesperson. Right. But me being on the inside and learning the sales business and all the different ways that they've set up to take advantage of people.
Yeah.
I could see that he was taking advantage of all of his customers.
Wow.
But they thought he was being nice to them. I mean, he was being nice to them.
Right. Yeah.
He was deceiving them at the same time.
Right.
By adding extra things to the package when they're buying the car.
Right.
Telling them how they could negotiate on the car.
Yeah.
Taking them and giving them asking for the highest down payment and the highest interest rate.
Oh, man.
Right. So
yeah,
this is what I'm talking about. So
yeah.
Like, do you know any white people that do that?
No, I don't, man.
Have you done it?
I have not, bro. Shoot, I try to be a stand-up guy, man. And then I don't look. So the way I'm talking here, like in terms of all the words and all the business, is like a little bit different from. I'm stepping out of my comfort zone coming here because I don't talk about race or racism at all. Like, so it's just taking my mind a second to, like, get the words flowing out of my mouth, about racism and all that business. So please also bear with me when I like try to paint the whole picture, like do picture painting and all that. And if it comes out a little jumbled, I'm just adjusting to like talking about all this. But yeah, to get to the point, I'm gonna try to get better about getting to the point. No, fortunately. Yeah. 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 I'm glad that's all needed. Okay.
I'm gonna ask you the same question. It's similar to what I asked Lillian, because how old are you?
I'm 20. I'm about to turn 22 Sunday.
Okay, and you have a lot of white family members, and you do have some white friends that you made in college.
Yeah, 100%.
That you made when you in your childhood as well.
A few. Look, yeah, couple, because I went to predominantly like Black schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were it at any of those schools? Were there any other white kids that went to those schools?
There were. There were. Yeah, there were.
Okay.
There were a couple.
Okay.
There were.
And just so you know, I'm from the Bay Area. I'm from Richmond.
Okay.
So I'm familiar with the exposure, the combination.
Yeah.
Of white people and non-white people,
Yeah.
going to school together and of that sort. The way the Bay Area's got that kind of vibe going. But I'm just trying to, figure it out. I understand that you're uncomfortable and Lillian is uncomfortable. We have to, from my perspective, we were all born into the system.
Absolutely.
We were all born into this system. You all weren't, you're not responsible for starting it.
Right.
Right. It was started a long time ago. And
right.
Those who started the system have taught all of us a series of behaviors that in ways that we have to discuss. Like, for example, like I said, you call yourself a white person, but your shirt is the actual color white, right?
Exactly.
I'm told that I'm a Black person, but my skin is brown. If I wear a black shirt, it's obvious that I'm not actually Black.
Exactly.
Okay, so what we're trying to do here, at least from my participation in it, like I said, I only want to speak for myself. I can't speak for everyone else. We all have to speak for ourselves. But I'm trying to have the conversation, and it is uncomfortable. It's not a comfortable conversation. But as long as we have the nerve to get past the uncomfort, maybe we can arrive where we're trying to get, because what we want to do is establish a system of justice, just being in balance between people. That means where everybody on this planet is guaranteed not to be mistreated for any reason. That's the objective. It's to guarantee that no one on this planet is mistreated for any reason. But from my observation, the greatest problem in the known universe is the system of racism, white supremacy, because it's a system of injustice. And I mean, even animals are victims of racism, white supremacy.
Absolutely, man. 100%.
Right? The whole planet Earth, the environment, there's just so much that is at the whim of this global system. So I'm not looking to blame you. I'm not looking to blame Lily. I blame the most smartest, the most powerful white people on the planet. Those are the ones who are in charge. They're the ones who have the power to just, to my understanding, they spend trillions of dollars to send, they spend trillions of dollars to try to find out who's on Mars. Right? When they could equally or easily spend that trillion to solve the greatest problem, which is is injustice, which is racism.
Word. Yeah, 100%. Oh, you want to say more?
No, that's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't think I got my question answered by either one of you, but maybe you guys can have some time to think and you can figure it out, because it seems to me you had to have come across somebody.
Yeah,
like,
I'm thinking
her parents were racist.
100%. I'm thinking actually. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, she said her parents were racist, and I did take notes. She said that she mentioned one thing, which was them, talking about the music, and I just want to I want to know, I want to get down to the real uncomfortable stuff.
Yeah, because that's where the healing happens.
That you like, oh man, if I say that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you shouldn't feel that way. Also, we have Mr. David has returned. He is also a white person. And
what's up, David? Yeah.
I come back to answer a few questions, but then I have to get going because my partner is back.
So the question I wanted to ask you before you left, is what do you think white people fear most about non-white people?
I remember this question was asked before. I remember.
No, I don't think I was able to ask you. I think you had to leave before I got that question in.
Well, no, not before I left, but I think last time I was here, like the other session. And what I had said that time was, I feel that there are a lot of white people that know that they have an advantage, and if white people were to like lose this, privilege, this advantage of being, air quotes, thought of as like the most accountable kind of people, or that have bring like the least, having like the least potential to bring, how do I explain this? To simply put, what white people fear is losing the advantage that they have in the system. and everything that comes with that advantage. You know, any kind of angle you look at it, whether it's, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And I would like this question to be answered by both you, David, and Mr. Barron. If so the question is what do white people talk about when there are no non-white people around?
Yeah. Honestly, like, it's honestly not that different. I wish I could give you a more juicy answer, but maybe it's because I hang around like cool white people or whatever. When I do, but actually, no. Now that I think about it, when there are black people around, definitely like we just try to use more slang, more like, you know, whatever that sounds like black, right? And it's like it's subtle, but sometimes you notice it. That's about that. And then the other thing, so I wanted to go back to the gentleman's point about, you know, there has to be like one example in my life that I can think of where, you know, obviously white folks were treating like black folks, you know, differently. And actually, now that I think about it, I remember, so in middle school, like there was like this schism actually there. So I went to Claremont Middle School in Oakland, right? It was really, the dynamic was really interesting. You had kids from like the inner city, right? Like the flatlands, so to speak, predominantly people of color. And then you have people from like, you know, the wealthier areas. In Oakland, it's mainly Rockridge. And what did the chat just say? Agreement with their understanding the definition. How is it productive to ask for agreement? Oh, that's an interesting point. But yeah, anyway, and there was definitely like, see, I was lucky because I was white, right? So I can kind of blend in with the Rockridge people, even though I wasn't from Rockridge. And then so I just kind of drift around with them. And you know, every now and then you'll hear them talk about like, oh, you know, the school is like so ghetto or whatever. And it's just like, you know, stuff like that, right? But they wouldn't say that when like, they wouldn't say that real loudly, or like, you know, when there are people of color around, they would just, you know, sometimes kind of whisper it. And that's one example I can think of. And then I think there is, I remember you two also saying, and this just popped up in my mind, I kind of wanted to say this, that I don't deserve a complete pardon from racism. Obviously, I didn't create it, right? I didn't create the system or whatever. But the fact that I'm here, that I exist right now, and that racism exists right now, means that there's some connection between the two. And until racism has completely gone away and I am still here, I am playing a role in it some way, somehow. And I need to do whatever I can to make sure that that role being played is minimized to such a degree that my impact on racism is as, you know, destructive as possible. So yeah, that's it.
So to answer your question about, sorry, so I think your question was, what do white people talk about? Was it behind closed doors? Is that kind of like what you're asking?
Yeah, when there are no non-white people around.
No. I think that question comes with the assumption that almost like all white people have only disgusting things to say, and the only thing that monopolizes the discussion is conversing about things that would give us like would just make everybody like assume that everybody's like it. The angle that I'm thinking that you asked that question is like assuming that you think, do you think that white people only talk about how inferior other races are? Is that like is that kind of like where the question comes from?
No, just a question I liked answered. It comes from, I believe that if we had the answer to that question, perhaps we would have a better understanding of racism, what it is and how it works, if we could know what white people are talking about when there are no non-white people. I don't think it's only talking about non-white people, but I do suspect is valuable information.
Mhm. I guess I just don't know if like you're asking that because you might have an opinion or an assumption that you're looking for validation on. I would say that based on the people that I talk to, there has, I don't associate myself with people that are very discriminative. Just that's even a word, that discriminate. Even though I've mentioned before that I'm going to keep referring to like those initial thoughts that I've had, I do not associate myself with people that are that discriminate, that are very overt with their discrimination. So based on what we talk about, I would give you a very basic answer, which is life, regular things, video games, what's going on, what's up with their lives, what's going on in my life. Very basic stuff like that.
Yeah, does someone else have a question?
Yeah, I did.
Please do.
I just wanted to ask if when you say discriminate, would you agree that discrimination, if I choose to sit on the floor instead of sitting in my chair, would you agree that that's me discriminating?
No, I think that no. I mean, it depends what is the topic of discrimination. I mean, is it like a general term of just a preference thing?
I'm just talking about. I'm asking you. I'm asking you, what do you mean by discrimination?
Discrimination. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, no problem.
In terms of discrimination, I think the way that I'm using it, like take it at like face value. When I say discrimination, I want to say that because we're having a discussion upon like that has to do with white supremacy and whites and non-whites. I want to say that the definition that I have for discrimination is basically just discriminating or viewing another set of people as inferior. And there was no conversation about discussions of superiority and inferiority amongst my friends.
Okay. So racism, white supremacy, right?
Yeah.
My definition of racism, white supremacy is the mistreatment. It's when a white person chooses to mistreat a non-white person on the basis of skin color.
Okay.
And
I think that is. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. What do you want to say?
I was going to say I think there are many definitions of racism. I think that it is basically like if you kind of like view it as like a kind of like a brainstorming paper where you kind of like have like one of those, you kind of like make a paper and you write in the middle with a big circle around it racism, and you can make like this kind of diagram of what encompasses racism. I think that the mistreatment of a non-white or from one race to another is considered racism based on race alone. That is one definition, one thing that defines racism. That is one characteristic of racism. Another thing would be having ill thoughts or ill ideas or ill opinions of another person just because of their race. That is another characteristic of racism. I think there are multiple characteristics.
Yeah,
that's it.
Well, for purposes of anytime you hear me, I want to get down to the bottom line and stick to just the mistreatment that I'm experiencing, the mistreatment that non-white people are experiencing, and it's a function. It's like something that's affected non-white people for generations, right? Like, I mean, I can have conversations. Well, I can't now, but I've had conversations with my parents and my grandparents and my great grandparents
all about white supremacy and how racism and how it's affected them, right? And it's affected them more than just in the ways that I think like we're talking. I'm talking about from a business perspective, right? Like in the area of economics, the area of education, the area of entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. In all of those 9 major areas, non-white people have been mistreated by people who classify themselves as white. And it appears to me that the way they practice their racism is through deception. Most of the time, it's been deception. It's been a lot of smiling, a lot of hey, how you doing, partying, and but all the while, the black person is still partying and everything, and everything else disappears. The land, the house, whatever.
No, I think that was the angle of your question when you were asking about, do white people act a certain way? Are they nicer? I figured that your angle was deception. And based on your personal experience with the car salesman, you experienced firsthand this individual taking advantage of a group of people, kind of incorporating himself as one of, let's just say them, just for the purpose of the argument or for the discussion, one of them, just so they could feel like they could trust him, right? And then he took advantage of him when he gained the trust, right?
Right. Same thing happened when I was a child. My parents, a white person, convinced my parents that he had sold them their house. They were under the impression that the house that they bought was theirs. He faked falsified the paperwork, and they're making these monthly payments to him. They're thinking they're making a mortgage payment. Come to find out, he was renting the house from another white person. The white person comes, finds out that it didn't belong to, he wants to know, who are these people in my house?
Yeah.
And he evicts us. So another form of deception, along with it's business though. You see what I'm saying? It's there's this guy comes in and says, hey, let me hand you guys some, I'm gonna sell you this house when it's not really his. You see what I'm saying? That's the type of racism I'm talking about. It's like functional. It's it affects the whole group. You know what I mean?
So I think that what I'm gathering from you is you had not only, but you had a lot of really absolutely horrible experiences, and so has your family, with being taken advantage of. A question would be, is it fair to generalize and assume that because you have been experienced this multiple times, but is it still fair to generalize a population because of these experiences?
Well, if it were just me, then
it's not just you, obviously.
It probably wouldn't be just for me to generalize, but it's not just me. We're talking generations here, right? I'm sure every victim of white supremacy can point out some similar stories where they in some kind of way, shape, or form, they've been mistreated by some white people who chose to practice racism for generations. Right? I mean, that's what's brought us here. I'm not speaking for everybody else. But I know enough to know the reason why we are attempting to practice the code is because we want to end white supremacy. We're not trying to end, green supremacy, yellow supremacy. We're not trying to, stop people from mistreating polka dotted people and all that kind of stuff. none of that is the subject here, because that's not what we're being affected by.
Mhm.
We're being
It
affected
doesn't,
by racism, white supremacy.
based on these experiences that you've had, and based on not obviously not just your experience. I'm sorry to like make it sound like, I did really narrow it down to just your experience when it's an experience of a majority of non-whites. I'm willing to say a majority. Um, and but I mean, how do we expect to like end white supremacy if like you have no trust for the people based on your experiences for like the white people that are not actually deceptive? If you actually like, if you can't trust anybody that's white.
Well, the system has already taught me not to trust anybody that's non-white. So I think it brings balance to the situation by me not trusting anybody that's white as well. I don't trust anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And until we've established a system of justice where we can guarantee that nobody is mistreated for any reason,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
And obviously that will
there's
never,
some
it doesn't seem like that
levels
will
of
ever
trust.
happen.
There's some levels of trust here and there, but I mean, you can't trust anybody 100%, correct?
I think there are people that you can absolutely trust with your life. I'm sure I hope that at least one person that you'd be willing to say, like, I could count on this person with my life. Or if I were to be unable to speak, I would appoint this person as the director. And it's really unfortunate that you have only encountered people that you can't trust, or that you have allowed the experiences that you've had to kind of be the guide of your current thinking now. And it's a defensive form of thinking. It's a defensive form of thinking, but and it makes all the sense. But I think that, does it help? Has it made you happier? Does it make you a happy person now, knowing that you have issues trusting everybody?
No, it's not. It hasn't. It hasn't. It is not going to be. Happiness is just temporary. As long as the system exists, it appears to me. That's the conclusion I've come to. That happiness. I'm not seeking happy. To me, what appears to me, what I suspect is going to make me happy is when the mistreatment stops. That's what I suspect is going to make me happy.
And I think I'm having an issue with being like aware of that. Like that's my fault for questioning, because I haven't gone through what you have gone through or what you experienced. It's hard for me to believe that you have trusting other people. So it's an issue of just me being unable to fully empathize because I haven't been in that situation. And it's hard to put myself in that situation, as difficult as, as much as I am trying to.
Well, no, you don't have to. I mean, the thing is,
but I think it's necessary. It's necessary to try to feel a fraction of somebody else's pain. We have to try to put ourselves in their shoes. That's it. That's the only way. I have to go right now. I have to go, but I look forward to being back. I'm sorry to being thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the question.
Good to see you, Dan.
It's not necessary though. I think it's not necessary at all. I think white people completely already know. I mean, that's to me what makes you white, right? I mean,
that's
isn't
a
that
good
one
point.
of the things?
Wow, yeah, that's powerful.
You can look at black people and say, "Oh man, I'm sure glad I ain't going through all of that."
Yeah, right. Dude, man. Yeah. And man, yeah, I just want to add on to Dan's thing, expressing my compassion for, all the negative experiences you've had around white folks, man. That honestly sucks, because there's some good white people out there, man. And we just gotta hang around. You gotta hang out around them.
No, I've got plenty. I'm not looking for good white people. I'm not looking for good white people. I'm not looking at white people as bad people. This is not about emotion at all. It may seem like it, but this is not about emotion at all. I'm just pointing out examples of racism, white supremacy. I'm pointing out examples of being mistreated. That's
Mm,
it.
mm,
It doesn't have anything to do with being a good white person. There's plenty of I mean, plenty of white people have done uh have done constructive things for me. Just like plenty of black people, plenty of non-white black people have done constructive things for me, and I too have done plenty of constructive things for them as well, for white people and non-white people. It's not what I'm thinking about is not that. I'm talking about. I mean, come on. I mean, we just witnessed it's another shooting. You know, another black person, another black male has been killed at the hands of race soldiers. You
dang.
know, I mean, we're not the guy that just left. He started off talking about he was talking about the white people that uh, that did mistreatment,
Mm,
and then he kind of just took it off into I guess emotional stuff, and this is not emotional.
mm,
That's not what I'm not for me anyway. It's not what I'm getting at. Maybe
yeah.
we might not be talking to the right ones. Maybe we need to get we need to try to get somebody like Elon Musk or somebody on here.
I mean, shoot, I honestly, man, I'd be interested to hear what that guy has to say about racism too. That'd be a fun conversation, man. But yeah, shoot, do you have any more? Honestly, I really like these questions because I mean, they make me think, they make me think. So if any of you have more questions, just
Yeah.
ask away.
Miss Lilia, hopefully still there. Mr. Barron, Miss Lilia, this
I'm
question
here.
is for both of
Hey,
you, of course. So,
yeah.
why do you believe that white people have established and maintained the system of racism and white supremacy?
Oh, simple, man. Power. Like right off the bat, man, that's the word that comes to mind. Like, some people are just really power hungry, man. Like, I mean, myself included. Sometimes, like, shoot, I want to have the sweeter deal in life. So, but fortunately, I haven't really tried to like screw anyone over for that. But some people, it's just like, man, if they could rule the world, and you gave them, no matter how righteous or unrighteous the way was that they got to holding that power, they would take it. And you know, just greed, man, greed and ignorance. And yeah, and I think someone brought up a really good point earlier on too, which is that, like, it's scary to let go of that power, because it's like when you let go of that power, then other people have the power now. And it's like, what are they going to do with that power? Are they going to get back at you? Are they going to, use it responsibly, like how the power is supposed to be used in the first place? Like, so yeah, it's a combination of a lot of things, but to boil it down to a few simple reasons, it's just simply for the power, man, for the power, yeah.
Hey, do you work for NASA?
No, I don't, man. But I study aerospace engineering, so hopefully I can work for there for
Oh,
NASA.
okay. I'm just looking
Yeah,
at that.
that'd be dope.
Miss Lilia, would you like to answer?
Um, I think it's a primitive relic used to continue brandishing power, and it's so pervasive. Many people aren't even aware that they're doing it. As far as why, I'm not sure why. That's something I would have to think about in more depth to give you a more logical answer.
Do you believe that this is for you too, Mr. Anthony? Do you believe that the system could be in place to prevent white people from going extinct because white people are a global minority?
Oh shoot, I didn't even think about that. Hey, maybe, man, maybe a couple people thought like, hey, we got to keep our race alive or some stupid stuff like that, you know. But honestly, I think it just comes down to like, you know, people wanting the most money, the most resources, whatever, and just going about it any way they can, man. And unfortunately, at the cost of other people's livelihoods and um, yeah.
It's certainly possible, but I don't know enough to say for sure.
I mean, I'm sure there are some extremists out there who are like, yo, we got to preserve the white race. Like, let's do whatever it takes. But to be so honest with you, man, and this isn't even me like trying to be defensive as a white person or anything. It's just hard for me to really picture that.
Understood. To what extent are you willing to sacrifice your personal comfort, the comfort of your friends, your family, or other associates to help maintain and or refine? Actually, no. Um, to what extent are you willing to sacrifice your personal comfort, the comfort of your friends, your family, or other associates to help produce a system of justice?
Hmm. Lillian, do you want to go? I think I have an answer, but I've been talking a lot.
I'd like to think that I'm willing to sacrifice a lot. Like I'm not sure I would die for the cause. I think I'm scared of death though, and that's a whole different topic.
I mean, death is the strongest fear. I see Dr. Sink has their hand up. Do you want to say something real quick?
Did you want to answer the question?
No. Answer your question first. Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah,
Answer.
okay, cool. I'd love to answer my question. I mean, I'd be willing to sacrifice a whole lot. Because if you think about it, like it's a little sacrifice for a lot. Like me, if I gave up everything I had right now, if you were like, yo, Ant, would you give up every single thing you had right now to give up to stop racism entirely? I mean, that's a little for a lot, right? That's sacrificing a little bit of comfort. Shoot, even the clothes off my back, right? That's sacrificing a little bit of comfort for a whole lot of comfort that everyone can experience. Like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of similar. Like, yo, Ant, would you be willing to die if you knew you dying would end up saving millions or like tens of millions, maybe even billions, not even that many people, like thousands, maybe even just like 10 people. Like 10 people, that's a lot more than one. So like, just it makes sense to sacrifice for it, you know? So who wanted to talk?
Thank you for the answers.
Yes.
Dr. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question about okay, so I want to go back to so both of you said you didn't have much knowledge about white supremacy preserving the white race. Is that what I got from you guys?
Yeah, honestly, it sounds like a KKK kind of doctrine, and I haven't really followed the KKK, so yeah.
Okay, so the mantra that I've heard, are you familiar with the 14 words?
No, what are those?
That's like a mantra that they use. It's something about securing the existence.
Is it the 14 words? I think I know it.
Yeah.
We must preserve a future for white children and a white race, something like that.
Right. And so I guess what my question is, do you, and I need you, for real, look, I mean, your honest opinion here, right? This is not, even though it's an uncomfortable conversation or whatever, we need your honest opinion.
Exactly. I mean, we're the only
Right.
white people in the group, right? Where we
Yeah,
have an
so
opportunity to shed light on this. So yeah,
so
go for it.
so you first, Anthony.
What's up?
Do you intend on having white children?
Oh shoot. I mean, I'm open to having white children, but am I exclusively like, yo, I gotta have white kids? Heck no, man. I mean, my biggest crush right now, she's Latina, so we have babies. That'd be dope. But
Well, okay.
yeah, but like, yeah, man, I'm not. And
So
I know there
from,
are people out there who are like, yo, I only gotta have, you know, such and such kind of kids, you know, but like, nah, personally, no.
okay. So your friend or the person that you said was Latina,
Yeah.
is she a white Latina or a non-white Latina?
Oh, interesting. I think she is mixed with a little Spanish actually, but she's like predominantly Mexican.
Little Spanish. Okay.
Yeah.
Mexican. Okay.
Yeah.
And see, I'm asking because I told you I grew up in the Bay Area, right? And so I've had Mexican friends, and I've observed from being around them that some of them are white and some of them are non-white.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Right. So
yeah.
what I'm getting at here is because I mean the bottom line is right. To me, everybody has a right to exist. I don't have anything against a white person who wants to have white babies. I don't have anything against that. What I'm against is that white person trying to mistreat me in order to make sure that their white babies are protected.
Yeah, bro.
Right? So
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm only saying that to say that I don't really think I don't think it's an extreme point of view. I believe that the system in a lot of ways has convinced us to believe that that's something we should have, that non-white people should have an issue with. But, I don't have an issue with that. So Lillian, is it her name Lillian or Lilia? I see Lilia.
It's Lilia, but that's okay.
Oh, it is. It's Lilia. No, I want to pronounce your name the way it should be pronounced. So, what about you, Lilia? Do you intend on having white children?
I have given birth twice.
Oh.
Both children are white. Both children are also adopted, and I have PTSD over it. So it's not a topic I'm comfortable talking about, is children.
Okay. Well,
Like
at least I know you have white children.
Yeah, I've given birth to white children, and they've been adopted to other families.
I see.
All right, I have another question. If
Oh, go ahead.
Do you approve or disapprove of non-white males engaging in sexual intercourse and producing offspring with white females? If so, why? If not, why not?
I mean, yeah, I agree with it. Like, the lady's having a good time and they're in love, then 100%, you know? It doesn't matter if the dude's black. Like, love is love, you know? Same thing, like, I hope people want, like, say I found a really, really beautiful black woman. I hope people want to look at me like, yo, what you doing with that black lady? Like, if we're in love, you know, we're in love.
Miss Lilia?
Yeah, I would say it's acceptable, and if people, I believe in reproductive freedom, so if people want to reproduce how they want, they can.
Can I add one more thing?
Please do.
It actually makes me kind of happy to see an interracial couple out there, because I know that they've thought of, you know, the clash of the rate, like the public perception, you know, potentially like, you know, kind of going against what they're trying for, a loving relationship. They contemplated that and they decided, no, we're going to go through with this relationship and try to work it out and make it beautiful. So it actually makes me happy, you know, to see folks together who are of different races.
Another question is, what do you want most, and what are you willing to do to get it?
Oh shoot! Personally, okay, yeah. Well, you know, this is cool. It's my second time this meeting, so now I feel like y'all are getting to know me a little bit better. One thing that y'all should know about me is that I am really, really into spirituality, like specifically a combination of Hinduism and Buddhism. I'm a real fan of the idea that if you are kind to people, if you are, you know, if you're of the contemplative type, if you really think things out and you are trying to just achieve union with the universe, with everything, right, through just perfect awareness, then you will attain an ultimate state of happiness. You know, some people call it enlightenment. And the thing that I want the most is enlightenment. I'm working really hard. I meditate every day. You know, I've heard stories of enlightenment. It sounds amazing. You know, that's the number one thing for me.
For myself, I have a disability. In fact, I'm on disability, federal disability. And my one wish is to be mentally healthy. That's what I want most in this world, is to be mentally healthy and at peace with myself and the world around me and my place in this world. And in terms of what I'm willing to do to get to it, just take care of my mental health to the best that I can and learn to accept that I do have this disability, and be gentle and kind to myself when I do have episodes.
That's a beautiful answer, Lilia. I didn't answer the part where you asked what I'm willing to do to get to enlightenment. Man, I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I've been trying so hard for years. At this point, I'm willing to die. I put in so many hours every day, man, into meditation, on just being on loving kindness and on God, and on, you know, just trying so hard. And yeah, I hope it all pays off one day, man.
So do I, sir. So do I.
Thank you, 05.
Who? This may be a interesting one, but who are the white people that you know that I can trust to always tell me the truth and give me constructive help?
Oh shoot, that's a good question, man. It's an opportunity for me to put a plug in for some folks. So my mom, I mean, she might sugarcoat things, but she's probably one of the sweetest people in the world, man. Like, in terms of people who have the biggest hearts out there, she's up there. My dad's pretty good too. My sister, she's for sure, you know, really aware of all the racism and prejudice out there. And so, you know, if you're looking for someone who's really on point in terms of like addressing any racism that might linger within themselves, or like checking racism if it pops up around the area. I'd say for sure she's a good person. You know, that buddy of mine that I mentioned from college. See, I try to hang around nice people, so I can think of a lot of people. Non-white too, for sure. I mean, I can think of also, yeah, I can think of a lot of people. Do you want me to give you names?
The names of the white people would be constructive.
Oh, okay, for sure. Yeah, my mom's Paul. My dad's, he goes by Tony. Little sister's Marianne. My buddy from college, Kos. So yeah, if you ever run into any of these people and you go, yo, do you know Anthony? And they say yes, then you know you can trust them. Who else do I know who's really cool? Oh, Leaf, my buddy Leaf from college. Oh man, so many cool people. Shoot. Yeah, I can go on and on. What about you, Lilia?
My husband, Caden, and my former minister, Elizabeth. She's a Unitarian Universalist minister, and she's really accepting and wise and understanding. And some of the folk, if not all of the folk that I go to the fellowship with at the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, their names are like Roxy and Susanna or Susan.
Thank you. What do you think about non-white people?
Personally, I mean, it all depends on the person. You know, if you're cool, you're cool. In general, shoot. I mean, I'm coming to recognize the plight that, you know, non-whites have gone through just from being non-white. And man, I gotta extend my heart out. I have so much compassion for, like, you know, all folks, black, Asian. I have an Asian friend who's recently talking to me about the history of like anti-Asian racism, and man, that really opened up my eyes. You know, Latino, yeah, so many people, man, so many people deserve compassion. Yeah, resiliency, that word comes to mind for sure. So much resiliency exemplified by minorities, man. Powerful, capable, human, beautiful, amazing. Yeah, so many wonderful words, man, when it comes to thinking about non-white people.
I see them as people, as lovely and whole and worthy, and I see them as often mistreated in society. And yeah. I'm sorry, it's a little late and I'm tired.
No, you've been with us for quite a while. I totally understand.
Yeah, I'll give Lilia.
So this could honestly be if no one else has any questions. I've been here 5 hours, so has the majority of us. So if no one don't has any other questions, I guess this can be my final question until we meet again. If so, are you willing now and forever to use all of your time and energy speaking and acting to end the system of white supremacy and replace it with the system of justice in all areas?
Heck yeah, man. 100%. Shoot.
Times between. Actually, I messed up. Let me repeat the question. Are you
okay?
Are you willing now and forever to use all of your time and energy speaking and acting to end the system of white supremacy and replace it replace it with the system of justice in all places at all times between and among all people in all areas of activity, and how.
Heck yeah, man. That's why I came here in the first place. Shoot. I think you should only align your mind toward, a system of justice and ending injustice. How? Oh man, everything starts with the baby steps. Just getting your mentality right. Checking your mind and looking for little nicks, little chinks in your armor where it's like, oh, racism can slip through here, or racism can slip through there, or any form of injustice or meanness or whatever for the matter, and how do you cultivate a good mentality, the right mentality? Man, I'm still working on that, but personally, I find that meditating on love, meditating on just all of existence, and seeing how I'm just a drop in the ocean, and that little egotistical things that might lead toward, because honestly racism comes from like the ego, right? Like the sense of, oh, I got to preserve myself, and I see another person who looks white and like, yo, we got to form a team, preserve ourselves because we got these fragile egos, right? You got to drop all that and realize that you're just a drop in the ocean of this cosmic existence, and that little petty things aren't worth your time. And then once those gears start clicking at least once those gears start clicking in my head, then after thought comes action. So coming to meetings like this, making sure that if I hear someone saying racist stuff, that I stand up for whoever is being victimized, whether they're there or not, and going, yo, those views could actually lead to a lot of harm. You may not see it now, but if you keep those views going and you really focus on them, that could hurt someone later on down the line. And then eventually, maybe, shoot, this would be really cool if I started leading groups like this, whereas like, told all my white friends and non-white friends, yo, let's come together and talk about ending injustice and ending white supremacy and ending racism. All that stuff. 100%. It's all beautiful to me.
I would truly love to see you start up a white group dedicated towards ending white supremacy. That would be possible.
Another thing you can mentor me for 05.
Epic. Miss Lilia?
Yeah.
I would like to say yes.
And how would you go about doing that?
How would I go about doing that? I would like to participate more in groups like these, and like advocating for just laws, if that makes sense, but that's a different topic entirely.
Yeah, definitely laws, man. We for sure gotta work on those. Hey, 05, maybe a few good questions for the next meeting we do could be about like our views on the justice system and what we could do to improve it.
I think the best way to improve the justice system is to produce a justice system which does not exist.
That's a really good point, man. But yeah, perfectly said. How could there be justice when there is no justice in the first place? So yeah, got to get the justice and gotta put justice on the field first.
I'm just reading over some of the questions. There are a ton that was not asked, but I heard religion mentioned, and religion has definitely been used to destroy non-white people minds and bodies. So this um, is a question that I would like to ask you all. I'm just trying to choose which one because there's two questions involving religion.
Mm.
Okay, yeah, I'll ask this one. What are you doing to help guarantee that religion is not used to result? Actually, no, I'm gonna ask the other one. What is the name of your religion, and does your religion require you to use most of your time and energy speaking and acting to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice? If not, why not? If not, what does your religion require you to do and how you interact with me in each area of activity?
Mm. Really, really, that's a beautiful question, Swa. Because
why? But continue.
Yeah, really, really beautiful question. Because there are so many like I believe honestly, like true having a real faith in God or having subscribing to some real faith. Like first of all, you have to think about what God is. My definition of God is everything. God is everyone. God is everything. God is everywhere. God's
Wait, hold up 1 second. Let's start
Go
off.
for it.
Let's start off by answering what is the name of your religion, and then you can continue.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I'm a combo. I'm a combo. If you could put titles on it between Hinduism and Buddhism.
Continue.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. So yeah. And then what do those two religions do to keep like injustices in check? Okay. Bye, Dr. Sink. Yep. Good to see you. What do those two religions do to keep myself and others in check? Well, it all kind of boils down to their actual practices. Now, how do I practice Hinduism and Buddhism? I remember someone brought up a mantra earlier, or brought up the idea of mantras earlier. It was unfortunate that the example they used of a mantra was so like so wicked. I love Sanskrit mantras. Personally, I have spent a lot of time chanting this one mantra. It's in short, it's called the Hare Krishna mantra, and basically, it's like a meditation on Krishna, who's supposed to be like this perfect embodiment of love, and is the universe, and et cetera, et cetera. And then so I chant that one a lot, and it's good for my energy. Another one that I used to chant a lot that was really good for my energy from Buddhism was this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. And what that one was good for was, well, Mani is compassion, Padme, wisdom, and then Om and Hum, they're just, long story short, they're like special sounds that boost your energy and give you like heightened perceptions of your environment and whatnot. But after chanting to yourself basically compassion and wisdom for so long, you really start to change yourself. And you'd be surprised by the personal changes you could go through, because you might, now I'm talking from my perspective, you might think, okay, you can only change so much. I can only be this much less racist, or I can only be this much better at school, or I could only be like this much, I could only look this much more in shape, right? But no, there are no limitations to the change you can go through. You can go through as much positive change as you want. And so when you keep that in mind and use that to fuel a real solid practice, which fortunately Hinduism and Buddhism have encouraged me to do, then you might one day feel empowered to actually stand up to someone who's expressing racism. And so just seeing how those practices have empowered me actually to like cut people off, or like to mitigate or like discourage racism and all other forms of meanness, that gives me hope that I'm on the right path. And yeah, basically whatever is not in the vein of loving kindness is it just isn't worth your time and should be also seriously questioned whether or not it's packaged in the pretty wrapping of religion.
Definitely understood. Um, so your religion doesn't particularly mention producing justice. Am I correct?
No, it does actually. Like there are Hindu like deities responsible for justice. Like for example, Yama is one of them. So if you meditate on Yama, the idea is like you'll get a better sense of justice, of pure justice. For sure, I felt it in myself. Like okay, what you might be asking, O5, is like, have I actually read scriptures in Hinduism or Buddhism that denounce like injustice or racism? I actually don't even really read the scriptures that much. But for sure, I felt it in myself. It's like this magical thing that happens, especially after I do these meditations a lot, where I'm just a lot more sensitive to people not being kind. And like if I sense it, something in me makes me want to stop that non-kindness. And that's pretty good, I gotta say. If you're doing anything that makes you more like that, then it's good.
Understood. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, sure thing.
No problem. I think we can move into closing comments because everyone needs to recharge and after this really constructive conversation. Thanks for being one of our guests, Mr. Barron. Truly appreciate it.
Always a pleasure to see you, O5, and everyone here too. It's good to be here a second time.
So would anyone like to, Miss Sandra, could you start us off and then close the comments, please? I haven't heard from you. Miss your voice.
Yeah. So for closing comments, I definitely learned a lot today. On here for quite a while, but I learned a lot, very constructive. A lot of the answers were actually what I expected, just because I've talked to a lot of people over the years and listened to a lot of people talking, say in my workplace and stuff. And it sounds a lot like what I've heard so far, but I learned some new things too, just more so how others see, how basically just how people see others, how people view these types of sensitive issues. Another thing that I found very which made me stop and think about when I was in school, third grade, was when I believe 0526 was talking about the experience in school, the not feeling at a young age, not feeling like fitting in, feeling like there was something off in the energy around type of thing. I remember in third grade, the darkest girl in class actually got up when we had comments about how the class was running and everything, and everyone was fine. Everyone thought that the class was perfect, but this one girl got up and she said that she felt like she was never called on for answers. She felt that she was always given like weird looks. She felt like it was so many things. And at the end of her explaining all of this, like nobody else had any issues, but at the end of her explaining all this, everybody, maybe about, I'd say 75% of the class seemed to be confused about what was going on, because the things that were done to her weren't things that most people just would notice unless it was done to them. Like other people don't notice when you're the last to get called on all the time. Like most people don't realize, oh, that other girl across the way from me, like her voice isn't heard as much as mine, but it seemed like when she verbalized how she felt, most people realized that, oh my God, she's right. And it was just really silent in the classroom after that. And it's a white teacher. And I always wondered, what exactly did she experience? There's so many questions that I had after that day. But it's really it's really sad to see that from that young of an age, the the teacher, and I know at that school for a fact that the principal was racist. So having that experience and seeing, okay, well, this person is getting the shortest end of the stick here. Um, I think that's so common that those types of things happen, and people don't really think too much about it. Like, where is this going to lead? What is that going to mean for our future and our education, in our school? If everyone isn't getting treated equally, how is this system really going to work? So it really made me think about how it's a programming that's done from a young age. And I think that by the time these people graduate high school, so on and so forth, that, I mean, if this is how bad it is, they're already feeling something in third grade. I was busy, playing on the playground. I didn't really have those kinds of worries until maybe sixth grade, seventh grade. So I feel like that puts people at a predisposition for failure to have that thing where there's hatred there that's unresolved. So I believe it's very important to have discussions like this, because it helps us understand, which I'm hoping will eventually help solve this problem and produce justice. And that'll be it for me.
Thank you. Anyone else like to share closing comments?
I do. This meeting was very constructive. I learned a lot with the questions and the answers that was received. It's making me look more forward into reading more of this book, as far as us getting more on code and to understand the system of white supremacy and how to solve more of the issue of how we can solve it and what can we do. Um, Other than that, I just am looking forward to getting closer to producing justice.
Mr. Joe, Mr. Kwaku, you guys still there?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
here.
Thank you to our guests for coming and sharing their honest answers. I found this to be very constructive. It is definitely takes practice to get codified. The only thing that I would ask is for some of the answers to be a little less confusing. But as I understand, we all aren't used to being at some of our guests aren't used to being asked these questions, so completely understandable. Let's all work to end the system of racism, white supremacy, replace it with the system of justice. That's it for my closing comment.
I would say it was very constructive, interesting. I learned a lot, and I'm just looking forward for another session. So that's it. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Well said. Mr. Anthony, you would like to share closing comments?
I was just about to ask you if I could chime in on 5. Yeah. First of all, I'm just happy that I'm becoming more comfortable. Maybe you can hear it from the way I'm speaking, but I'm becoming more comfortable with talking about racism. And hopefully with time, that will translate into me giving more concise and to the point answers. I just want to I really appreciate y'all, first of all, for like being so warm and embracing. Like, I honestly feel the hearts of y'all, and y'all got some good hearts. So even though it may feel like on your end, oh, you're asking these hard questions, at least I can feel that it's coming from like, it's coming from a good place. Like, you know, everyone here is trying to come together against injustice, and people are trying to, like, you know, basically live better. And I may seem like I am different, you know, obviously because of the way I look, and, you know, in a sense that's true. But being here and being with everyone here and seeing how we all feel the same emotions, how we all share similar perspectives, how we all agreed to come here in the first place, right? Like, this is something that we're all interested in. It's not like oh, 5 was like, yo, Aunt, I really need you to come to this thing. Like, if not, we can't be friends again. It wasn't any of that. He was just really kind and was like, hey, come to this thing about ending white supremacy. And I was like, yeah, sure. I'm sure it was similar with Dan and Lilia and all the other white people came. So yeah, long story short, really appreciate y'all for the love. I appreciate the questions, because again, they make me think. I love talking, so I don't care how many questions you ask me. I'm excited to answer all of them. I kind of see myself here too as like, this is an expression of white people coming together with Black people. Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, we all just need to come together and find harmony in our in coexistence. And this is a little example of folks coming together in the name of that. So love today's discussion. I really look forward to the next one. Love y'all.
Thank you, sir. For mine, I'm just gonna read a couple of quotes from the back of the book. The first one is, to a victim of white supremacy, a non-white person, the whole world is a death camp, and every white supremacist, racist man and racist woman is a camp commander. And the second one is, use spirit to find logic. Spirit was a gift to you personally. Logic was put in the universe for you to find and put to use. Correct use of logic will produce constructive results. Um, and that being said, very constructive discussion. Thank everyone for your time and energy, and the questions asked and the questions answered. Um, we'll be seeing everyone here again, hopefully. I'm gonna end it there.